Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today. Spoon TV. This one you back today. Spoon TV. Spoon. Skiddy dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Go
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand tongue with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat. On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today. Spoon entertainment.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, standing with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, standing with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon.
Well, folks, good evening. Welcome
to
to another fascinating edition of the program Spoon Talk. It's indeed a pleasurable moment to be on your radio this evening, live from Conga Spoon House. This is Spoon Talk. As a matter of fact, this is the biggest thing that takes place on radio and online, as well as through all of our mediums here. Thanks for joining us on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, Super 95.5 FM. We're also live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Spoon Talk page, and on other platforms as well as YouTube. My name is Aaron Kuban, and I'm your sound producer for tonight's edition of the program. I'm going to be alongside Byron, who is seated in studio here. Let me go across and say welcome to James. James, welcome.
Yeah. Good evening, boss. You getting me?
You coming in? Yes, I'm getting you now. I'm getting you. I'm told you were. Yeah, you're very clear. Very clear.
Okay. I'm okay. How do you do?
I'm okay.
How do you
I'm okay. I'm
do?
very, very. Uh, I'm very okay. Uh,
I
and
know,
the
right?
chairman is also here. The chairman is here, and like I said, it was something like a record-setting moment for me to actually train the chairman through the bull and everything, teaching them about stream, yeah, and everything, my man. That's one thing. Uh,
Oh,
yeah. So I said record on the
I saw
chairman.
a picture of the chair that he going to meet. The way he dressed up, just like he going to meet Obama or Joe Biden. I saw the man without the last coat in his closet.
Yeah.
I was on never serious for that.
Oh, my man, the man is
I
very serious. Somebody said something about the man. They said the man appears arrogant, but he's very humble. And I can, I don't know what the president was trying to say. They say you appear arrogant, but you are a very humble man. Eh, so I know that Byron is not
no,
arrogant and he's very
I
humble.
love
So
the
I
man.
don't agree with the first one.
I love the quote.
Eh,
I love the quote the chairman wearing you.
yeah, I know many of our
It's
viewers and those listening to us on the radio, they can't wait to see the chairman. The man is an unveiling ceremony, almost like when
even
Ronaldo
me.
went to Saudi Arabia. That unveiling ceremony. That's how it's like tonight.
Oh yeah,
Thousands of people are waiting.
yeah. So let me have to tell everyone, Byron Brown will be unveiled tonight. The unveiling ceremony will be taking place. The CEO and his team come on. We will be ceremony. Byron will come. In soccer we do that, right?
Yeah.
When they carry on that, it is a ritual. So in journalism too, we do it. It is a ritual. You do the unveiling ceremony. So tonight, officially, Byron will be unveiled to the Liberian people. He will be unveiled to you, and he will during his unveiling ceremony, the chairman will speak to you regarding his new environment, his new life. So don't worry, the chairman is in studio. Where our camera guys are getting positioned to take more pictures, so we can do the unveiling ceremony of the chairman. I know most of you asking where is the chairman. Yeah, my internet are suspecting it, but I think it's okay now. So, Era, what's happening? What's the latest update?
Yes, the biggest news for me in the country today is the reopening of the 54th legislature. That's the last session of the
Mhm.
54th legislature. So the legislature resumed today, according to the Constitution, Article 32A calls for the resumption of the legislature on the second working Monday. And many people, uh, yeah. So the legislature resumed today. So and other news, I know the CEO and the team will come on the following all of those major things, and they will dive into it. Yes, yeah,
No, no, no. I like the fact that you quote in the Article 32A.
yeah.
I didn't know you were serving as one of the senator from Moserado County. So,
No.
so we call you Senator Kuban. But
Many
what's
people
going
don't
on, Aaron? I see you got tie on, what shirt? You had a coat.
Yeah, so I was trying to explain the reason why I wore the tie
You,
today. Yeah.
I told you at Fred because Byron will be in studio today. Where is Byron?
Byron's just next to me, yeah, but he's now on the camera.
Why are you taking Byron from camera? We won't see Byron.
We
We
waiting.
want to, yeah, we want the people,
This is a ceremony.
testing for Byron. It's a major ceremony when Jesus announced to the people Then we'll bring Byron on. Yeah.
So
Then
Byron get
everybody,
in the bag.
yeah.
Yeah.
Stay in the back. Waiting. We
That's what
setting on the
Hassan
whole
Byron.
platform.
That's what
I'm like
Hassan
John,
Byron gave
John the
me.
Baptist.
But Byron will be a great producer, though, right?
The way the boy dress when you see him.
Byron dress.
Ah!
Oh, let me go get my coat suit then. Hold on 1 minute.
You
Let me
better
go get
come
my
to
coat
do
suit.
it.
Byron dress.
That passport dress.
Big moi. Nim pardon.
That passport dress.
But James, I'm feeling good about Byron that he would be helping you guys producing and doing a lot of stuff. I think he had a conversation with the manager. And you
Yeah.
know that he's coming on the team. He's a strong, great man who I have respect for. You know, I admire Byron. I admire what's the other gentleman named Tevez?
Yeah, Sylvester Tevin.
Tevez, political passed away. He said I black him. I didn't black him though. Political passed away. Cooper, right? Is that his name?
Yeah, political
Yeah.
passer with Cooper.
Yeah.
Cooper passed
And
away.
Cooper. Well, what's the other guy? What's the other friend name? Your other friend, James. Uh,
Tevin,
he
passer,
always
Lasana.
no, not Lasana.
Ooh.
It's not Fidel. I know Fidel, but your other friend. He used to be with you, giving you a hard time.
Oh.
Come on, man. Yeah, but we'll remember his name.
I will get him in. I thought that the other one I get beat him one of my.
No, only you get BA in this group.
I beg you, yeah. Sylvester Tevin here bigger than my own.
Oh yeah, Sylvester Head is bigger than yours. Yeah. Sylvester Head is
Tevin
bigger
get
than
him
yours.
one of me.
Oh, Byron Head is big too.
No, Barra here not big.
I don't get Irish head. Yeah.
He
It's not
get
big, not
Irish
small.
hair. Now big, now small.
But that's power Byron. Because I know my papa Samuel Jackson about the Delhi Western cluster again. Yeah, that's what Samuel Jackson got to do. Well, I would just say my corner and mind my business. Let's power on Byron a little bit. Let's see Byron first day. You want do bam 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, everyone getting ready now to bring
Aaron, you
in.
get an
Yeah,
intro song?
let me go up and bring
Get
Byron.
everything set. Get everything set.
Let me
We
get
got
ready
to the
instead.
plan.
Yeah, bring Byron.
Byron first day, the 16th of January 2023. It's historical. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get the first Bassman in studio, Byron. So, James, what's happening in the news, though? What's going on? We have a lot of stuff happening. JMB went home. The VP celebrating her sister's birthday. That's a great thing. Western cluster stay around. The legislators return. We're gonna hear a lot of Tabata that we'll be talking about, but that's what we got. We're gonna. It's a lot of story. McGill engagement. Prince Yedu Johnson stayed talking. He's been so aggressive. To be frank with you, I respect Senator Johnson. He been very much aggressive. Now he putting everything together. Somebody tell me today, Nima Bowie, is that her name? Madam Bowie?
She pulled saying everybody Gary.
Madam Bowie, we're going to be calling her. We hope she can find time to appear on Spoon.
Yeah.
You say everybody or UP?
I mean, UP now, and UP, quote unquote, they believe that they are in majority.
Yeah, but Madam Bowie coming from nowhere with the hair.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
I was shy, James. And as we wait for the group
happen?
to come, Madam Bowie, I was so shy reading what she wrote on her page, asking for the full retirement of JMB. Man, it was. No. Liberians need to hear this because a lot of folks follow Madam Bowie, but when I saw the information, I was shocked. I was like, why now? Why now? Laurie Lima Bowie, Unity Party, do the right thing. She's calling on Unity Party to do the right thing.
And up to now, we are yet to see a response.
I think Unity Party must respond. Unity Party will respond.
Yeah.
Unity Party will address this, Madam Bowie, a letter. They will have to respond. Seriously, they will have to because folks were still expecting this. I love reading it though. In the interest of peace, development, and the future of Liberia, I would like to ask you all, amen.
A bow.
And people will consider her to be probably one of the VP
Yeah.
folks that VP Bwaka is considering, because she just came from the blue. Liberia, she just came from the dark side. Pow! So she said, I'm all of this thing. I'm shocked. But let's bring in the guys because this is a big one for how you call it, Martin Luther King Day. They're celebrating the heart of the year today, Martin Luther King,
Yeah.
and we have so many birthdays. James' birthday is this month. My brother's birthday is in this month. My wife's birthday is in this month. Madam Joa Howard is celebrating her birthday this month. There's a lot of good people, beautiful people, wonderful people celebrating their birthday this month. I see Chief Sintumane in the back. Chairman Benson will travel, so he will be joining us tomorrow. Dr. Richardson, thank God she will be joining us tomorrow. Peabody is getting ready. Kef Hassan is getting ready. Eugene Lame Fagon will be on. So we'll be starting the show. We will be starting the Spoon Talk shortly. Let me ask Aaron Kuban, where is he? We want to be bringing in Samuel Jackson.
Uh, Chairman Byron on. I think he had a switch with Byron.
Yeah, but let's get ready now. We got to start this thing. Call Aaron.
Era, you have to come and do the introduction of the chairman, the official ceremony.
All right, official introduction, Chairman Byron. Byron, man, I can go eat dry cassava. You want to
We
introduce him?
unveiling the man. We unveiling the man tonight.
Yeah,
So
but
Aaron, take the seat and then do the introduction. Let the chairman come on.
yeah, we got to get to
Yeah.
Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is in the studio. Bringing back Western Cluster, the origin of Western Cluster, the history of Western Cluster. I received some document about the Mana River, the mudslide that took place almost 38 years ago. Listen, this thing is getting serious for me. Aaron Kuban, just for intro, we're gonna see Byron today for the first time. He's gonna be working with you guys producing the Spoon Talk. He got power, he got energy. So introduce the Chairman Byron. But chairman for what? The man are chairman for what?
The man is a chairman for life. He used
Chairman
to
for
serve as
life. Man, say that
chairman.
chairman. Only one chairman we get at Ben Senvi. That chairman for what?
The man is a chairman for the CPP Youth Solidarity Brigade. Okay, it's
ECPB.
chairman for the CPP Solidarity Brigade. As a matter of fact, he's an embattled chairman. There are
No, not for the
believe that.
CPP because his party ALP is out, so he
That's
cannot
what
be
I'm
the
saying.
chairman.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying, CEO. People believe that he shouldn't call himself chairman anymore because
Yeah.
there's no longer the the CPP again. Especially, I mean, with his party being in the CPP, except for the Liberal Party and the ANC. So, but he still calls himself the chairman. Just a little introduction. Byron is a journalist, a humanitarian, and he's, as you know, he's a politician too as well, a political commentator. He wants to work with power as a political commentator. And so he's been around doing his thing on social media. He's widely known on social media as Chairman Byron, but his full name is Byron Brown Jr., son of former Grand Bassa County representative. So Byron is going to be, like you announced a few days ago, and just a few minutes ago as well. Byron is going to be with us. So the listeners and viewers, we have Byron here. So Byron is going to come on right after
Byron paid it picking. Byron get it picking. Saying at $10 to make the introduction. I feel it reading.
He said Byron brother that humanitarian. Where?
Byron is a humanitarian.
Where?
I know. Byron will tell you more about his charity organization. That Byron has a charity organization that he
bring the man
runs.
on. Bring the man on. James,
you
took care of the other life, right?
Yeah, I took it out.
All right. So bring Byron on because we got to start. We got 2 more minutes to bring in Mr. Jackson. Bring Byron on real quick. Let's see Chairman Byron Byron Jr. It's good to have him. Addition to the Spoon team, I'm so happy. Good thing that he will be contributing his skill as producer, one of the many producers we have. That would be the best thing. I think he worked with Honor Network before.
Yeah, he worked with Power before as a presenter.
Okay, so what happened again? To go back in the back doing what?
Byron, come on now.
We got to get started and see who's in, who's out. Let's make this thing great today. I just can't wait to listen to Uncle Sam Jackson, because Sam Jackson have a lot of information.
Let's go.
Wow. Chairman Byron Jr., how you doing? We're not hearing you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm okay, CEO, and I'm just overwhelmed. I must tell the people of this country that you are a good man. You are transformed my life. God first. And I owe this to you, my many followers on the social media, my parents, and my country. And I want to say this tonight from Liberia. I am not going to let you down. I'll protect the sacredness of this institution. Ethically, I will do everything possible to bring happiness to you. It's just indescribable. I was in my room a few days ago when you called me. I did not call you. And when you said, Byron, you have certain characteristics in you. You have to join my team. To see myself beyond this microphone is something that I cannot describe. It's something that I can just, say all. I come here today with dedication, commitment, and all of these, praises. I do not deserve it. I feel flattered to see myself on this identical big platform, the biggest platform in the Republic of Liberia, with the likes of, veteran George, Tomala George, and Goody Flomo, my childhood friend. You, a powerful individual like you, CEO, Staten Waterspoon, and the rest of the people who I would join, sharing this microphone with a veteran Liberian economist, Sam Jackson, tonight. I can just believe this. And I will do everything possible to maintain the ethics of journalism, of radio. Thank you, CEO. I owe it to you.
We want to be grateful to God, Byron. We want to be grateful to God because I've been following you, and I believe you're a good guy. But we give God the glory, and we welcome you, like we did. All those that joined Spoon or those that left. It's about helping our country transform. I don't know your parents. Met you for the first time when I went to Liberia. We have no relationship whatsoever. But like Jesus told Nathaniel, can any good thing comes out of where you're from? So we said to you, can any good thing come from Grand Bassa? Can any good thing come from Liberia? We do believe, a lot of young folks serve the country, and they're now great example. So we trust you. We know that's part of your party affiliation. Let's just do this for the Liberian people. And, whether you're from CPP or WAPI, ALP, wherever you're from, let's just put it behind us and serve the Liberian people well. This is what I believe in. I have no political party, no political affiliation, because I believe if you do the right thing, the Liberian people will be blessed. So it's good to have you on. You met Madam Titi today, correct? The manager.
Yes,
You
the
had a good
manager.
you had a good discussion with her. I know your monthly, like everybody's salary will be coming on. You will have that moving forward. And we're talking the back, but we're so happy that you'll be producing, tapping into the how you call it, morning edition with Yekazi, Aaron Kuban, getting out on the field, putting your spoon bash on, and representing the company and your country. Who knows? Many doors will be open thereafter. I want to say thank you, and we know you will do a great, great job producing the Spoon Talk, whether morning, evening, or night. We always appreciate you. Thanks a lot, and let's start the program.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's Byron Brown Jr., the man from Buchanan, Grand Bassa. We are glad to have him. He will be producing tonight along with Aaron Kuben, while we have James doing everything in like we usually do to have a wonderful show in studio. We have our own Liberia best economist, Samuel Jackson. Uh, Listen, they're going to be rough tonight about Western Cluster. We're also going to discuss about Prince Johnson, what he said today. He got a new clip going around. Now, JMB is out of the hospital. Guess what happened? Bam. We're talking about Madame Bowie asking for full retirement at this time. Ask the Unity Party. Where are we heading to? With less than 10 months to the election. Everybody's speaking. Everybody coming out. But this is Liberia. Please share the program. Invite your brothers and sisters. Invite your friends. Let's have a wonderful conversation. So we'll be bringing in, I see the former deputy minister in the back, Eugene Lamy Fagon. He's going to be coming out. And for the record, we have Samuel Jackson in the studio. Let's have a wonderful show. As you guys are going to get ready for the clips and everything, pictures, video, everything will be coming forth. Let's have a wonderful show. Don't forget, today also, the lawmakers return today. We'll be listening to them, watching them tomorrow. Everything has transformed. Let me bring in Fagon is on. Thank you. Let me hear from St. Tumalin George and Eugene Fagon. Then we'll bring in our own guest for tonight, Samuel L. Jackson. St. Tumalin George.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. It's always good to be back on our Spoon Talk program, Liberia Premier Talk Show. Just as a way of intro, I know today we all know today is in America is the Great American Civil Rights Icon birthday, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. And you've seen other programs being held in his honor. We just pay our homage to him and glowing tribute to his advocacy, and that have at least today turned into fruitful results in America, still turned into results. Moreover, I just learned news about the Liberian Consulate in the Midwest, based in Minnesota. I'm learning that the president, through the Minister of Foreign Affairs, have closed, will be closing it down. And Liberian in the Midwest that get visas and other passport processes in that area will be affected. But we are still following the story. I just saw a release on it, and I pray and hope that the government reconsider that decision, because Liberian in the Midwest and in Minnesota area really need that consulate open. But we do due diligence by following up on that story. And as you all know, over the weekend, about roughly 24 hours ago, the former vice president checked out of the hospital, and we wish him speedy recovery, wish him well. We also learned about the recent comments made by civil rights, Nobel laureate Nima Bowie, calling for the former vice president to withdraw from the election. And we've also heard the city mayor of Monrovia attack on Senator Prince Johnson in his response to. And lastly, as we speak, the president and other officials are attending this unveiling ceremony of the vice president fundraiser at the Ministerial Complex, where our own brother Ben Senvi is there. I saw him moderating this morning. He did a great job. So, in the Western Cluster issue, we'll be discussing it. So, we look forward to a great show. And Byron, welcome to the Spoon family. I met you in Liberia. I think you're a good gentleman, and you earn your stripes, and you earn your right to be on this, to join us today on our family. So welcome, and I wish you the best wishes. Mr. Vagon, good to see you too.
Well, what's going on with you, Sintumani? You're getting all these African attire. You know, is somebody transforming you? You're looking now like King Ogwagwa.
See, I'm a chief now. Chief, I got election time. You are getting in that form, the chief form. Okay. Yeah, you gotta live by your nomenclature. You know, your name. So the people from the various counties are sending me these things. To wear the tradition, to show it to the people.
Somebody say you look at you're not representing Prophet Key. I don't know if that's true, brother.
Prophet Key is an African now.
That's a great African. If you have some sense, some to me. I like
my
that.
Man, you probably wear African. The first time I try you know, my baby brother.
You have edit. You know, I will go and alter them. I will, you know, take them to the tailor.
Work on it.
If I gonna get Soleil, he sent it to me to away, my man. Looking for African clothes.
You really don't want to wear my own because you will be accused. Because my own come with Gambo C. It come with everything that you don't know about. You don't want to wear my own. That's why they call me Bayang Betuma.
Hey.
Yeah.
I dry away from you. Fago, we have Sam Jackson in studio. Your intro, my brother.
Well, thank you. And let me say, I wish the former Vice President speedy recovery. I wish the Vice President luck on her foundation, what she's trying to accomplish or do. Listen to Prince Johnson to this, and to Prince Johnson, he was very blunt with Jefferson Koji. Slow down. His statement in response to Jefferson Koji, quote-unquote, rudeness towards him, as he called it, it should be taken seriously by Jefferson Koji. Because Prince Johnson said they used to be there during the war, when they used to hear Jefferson Koji name on the Congatown back row, which further solidifies, amplifies, and corroborates the story of many of the allegations made against Jefferson Koji, that he was a participant of the war. Prince Johnson himself, being one of the leading figures, can say he heard on the radio things about Jefferson Koji actually spells something else. But again, to hear that Jefferson Koji disrespected him, some of the CDC people, according to him again, are apologizing on behalf of Jefferson Koji and his manners. Now, on the issue of the president, former vice president illness, and the statement from Lehman Bowie, the Nobel laureate, I heard you saying, I think the Unity Party should issue a statement. I'll tell you that the Unity Party will not, in all forms of maturity, do that. I'm not a spokesperson. I'm not a member. That you all know very well. But it will not be in the interest of the party to try to, I wouldn't say resurrect, because there was nothing there living that's died, but to try to give her a springboard into the oil launch pad to get into the political arena. She wants that, what should I say? She wants that thrust. She wants that grade. She wants to be able to glide into the arena. And I don't think they want to help her. So they will act like they didn't even hear her, which is the most expedient thing to do. They will act like she's not important. and that would be the best thing to do, rather than to springboard her into the arena through a back and forth with her. Now, Western Cluster. We will discuss Western Cluster. The ship in the port, the vessel name is Galini, G-A-L-I-N-R. It has gone back and forth to sea twice, trying to weigh the amount of iron ore they've put in it already. Because, as you know, the APM terminal was dredged, but the Beaumont Pier and other areas were not. So the iron ore they put in the vessel, they had to take it to sea. They saw how it went, they brought it back, they put some more. And now, because of the urgency and the steps that we are taking to blockade legally their actions, Galini, the ship captain of Galini, has told them that he has to take his vessel out. So right now, they're taking iron ore by way of the floaters to the vessel a little bit off from the Beaumont piers. That will be resisted, and this thing will go further. The Justice Minister, the Finance Minister, National Investment Commission Chairman, and that of the Lands and Mines Minister, if the vessel take our ore illegally, because all of us know now that the MDA was not solidified, it was not rectified. We all know now that you cannot take someone's iron ore on the basis of just an understanding. It must be by law. And it is clear now in the document that after 6 months, clearly, I'm quoting, the Mineral Development Agreement will be renegotiated. That is, it was in the form of negotiation. So there are lots of legal issues, and we'll be citing them. But again, I'd like to welcome Byron. You know, CEO, about Itai could give me hard time, but he gets a hard time. And I ain't saying now behind the microphone now with be sunny over a ear. We used to tell them your tetan, he want tetan. COP, CPP, this, that. Me and you face to face now. But me, I guess that you get money. As soon as you made noise, I'll make issue with you, they will fire you. Because me, I guess that you employee. I'm telling you right in front of your CEO. And I go English to Mali. I'm just telling you in front of your CEO. You try anything funny here. Funny with me, funny. And only the bunny will know who the honey.
So that's a good music coming up. Let's keep it like that. But let's bring in Mr. Jackson. Let's start with Western Cluster. Let's bring in Mr. Jackson, and we have a lot of pictures and things to show. It's disturbing. It is disturbing, but I want to hear from Mr. Samuel Jackson, who is in studio, folks. Let's bring in Mr. Samuel Jackson. Mr. Samuel Jackson, as always, it's good to have you. You are always, I cannot even say you are welcome, because this is your network as well. It's good to have you, sir. Thanks for joining us. We are not hearing Mr. Jackson. Error?
On mute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. No, first of all, I said, well, thank you very much for inviting me, Stanton. And
we're not hearing him though, James. Can you tell them to do the usual? Yes, you're good. You're good. Go ahead, sir.
Great. Yeah, and I'm very pleased and happy to see my cousin, Chief Sintomlin Nyomola George. I always call him Reuben George. That was his father's name. His father was a strong member of the Progressive People's Party. Went to jail several times, and a lot of people don't know that. My stepbrother, Eugene Fangon, my father was very close to his grandmother, and that's a story that we'll tell when we go to Gangama and Swameka district one day. But I'm very, very pleased to be here today. Before I start deliberation, I just want to make it clear that at the end of this program, I will be stating my position on the election. But for now, I'm suspending all endorsements that I have made for president, for senator, for whatever, because what I want to do, Stanton.
No. Hold on 1 minute, Mr. Jackson.
Breaking news.
Mr. Jackson, hold on 1 minute.
Breaking news.
Mr. Jackson, hold on 1 minute.
Yeah.
Folks, let's just pause. Can we again, please?
Let me just make it clear.
Yeah, but hold on 1 minute. I beg you, Mr. Jackson. Aaron, can you get the light? Mr. Jackson seemed to be in darkness. We want to see his face. You know what I'm talking about, Aaron? Can you please?
I got crop on my face.
Can you please position, Mr. Jackson? Just bear with us a few seconds. Can you please bring the lights? Let's just see who we're talking to. Maybe this is not Samuel Jackson we are talking to. Something strange is happening. Can you bring the light, Aaron?
Yeah.
Wow. Somebody, can you reach out to Kev Hassan?
Okay.
Find out if it's okay.
Yeah.
Let's get the light, folks. Mr. Jackson have just said something. I cannot.
But let me just basically, Stanton, before you run with that, let me just say it and say it very clearly.
Okay.
For the purpose of the Western Cluster, for this program, for the purpose of this program, at the beginning of this program, at the end of the program, I will endorse or re-endorse or whatever. But for the purpose of this program, at the beginning of this program, I want to be very dispassionate. I want to be very unemotional. I want to be scientific. I want to be nationalistic. And because of that reason, I'm suspending my political support to any candidate that I've previously endorsed until after the discussion of the Western Cluster on this program today.
Wow.
That's the clarity that we need to make. When we've done with the discussion on the Western Cluster, at that time now, I will take, right now, I'm putting on my economist hat, a nationalistic hat. So I'm not endorsing any candidate now. So this is a dispassionate discussion I want us to have, void of politics, just to give you the facts as I know them. And at the end of our discussion, I will take a position on an endorsement for 2023. But for now, for the next hour and a half, 2 hours, just consider me as not having endorsed anybody for the presidency in 2023 until this discussion is over. Because I don't want people who like the president to say that I'm cussing him or not cussing him. I'm speaking against the government, and people who are against it. When I say I support the president, despite that, they will say, well, so I just want them to listen to what I have to say, void of my political inclination. That is the reason why I'm suspending my endorsement right now until after the discussion of the Western Cluster. Then I'm going to put my political hat on. But for now, I'm putting on my scientific hat, I'm putting on my nationalistic hat, and I'm putting on my hat as a patriotic Liberian.
Mr. Samuel Jackson, again, we want to welcome you. We're going to go into the conversation. It's big, it's shocking. But before we do that, though, you say all your endorsement. I know of only one. You came on Spoon Talk and you endorsed President George Manawia. Is that your endorsement? Or am I mistaken? You are suspending right now.
I've absolutely endorsed the president. I've been very supportive of the president. I've been very loyal to the party. I've been loyal to the coalition. And anybody who thinks otherwise, that's the prerogative. But for the purpose of this discussion, I want it to be dispassionate. I want it to be unemotional. I want it to be scientific and in the interest of the people in the Western Cluster who've suffered historically. Historically, these people have suffered. Since LMC and NIOC, more than almost 70 years ago, that should be one of the richest regions in this country, but instead, Bombay, Bapalu, and parts of Cape Mount are among the poorest in the country. This is a gross injustice, and the Western Cluster deal that was first given to a Delta Mining Company in 2007. This is, from my perspective, the most egregious form of corruption and economic injustice ever meted out to the Liberian people since J.J. Rawdon stole the 500,000 in the 1870s. This is the most egregious, this is the slimiest, and the facts that I'm going to put out today doesn't come from my heart, what I feel about somebody. Strictly say, let's look at the facts and let's be smart for a moment, you know. And look, let's just go to the history of the Western Cluster. What is the Western Cluster? Who coined the name the Western Cluster? The Western Cluster was coined by Albert Chair, the president pro tem of the Senate. He coined the name Western Cluster. The Western Cluster consists of 3 mountains: the ONIOC Mine Congo, B Mountain, and Bomber Hills. Bomber Hills and NIOC are what we call brown fields. Brown fields meaning there were previous operations in there, and they are not defunct. But B Mountain is what we call a green field. It's never been mined. The total tonnage in the Western Cluster is almost 4 billion tons of iron ore. 4 billion tons of iron ore with a B. Okay. The current price of iron ore, I checked a few days ago, was $117 per metric ton for 62 Fe content. Fe content means the iron content in iron ore. So let's, for our purposes, discount it by 50%, 117, right? What are we getting, Eugene? You're a math genius, about what? $58, $60, something like that. If you multiply $60 by 4 billion tons, you math geniuses out there, what do we get? $2.4 trillion. That's the indicative value of the Western Cluster. The indicative value of the Western Cluster. Okay? Of course, you have to take out the cost of extraction and all of those other things that we do. And people, students of accounting would know about gross margin and net profit and profit before taxes and all of that, right? So this is no small operation. This is an operation that should have the potential to transform the 3 counties, the 3 poorest counties in this country. But unfortunately, because of greed, corruption, self-interest, and playing on patriotism, Liberians and the Cape Mountaineers, Bapulu, people from Bapulu, and Bomi citizens, since 2007, that's 15 years. And you know, the price I just quoted to you, Stanton, and everybody, $117 a ton, this is just today's price. But as anybody knows about economics and commodities trading, prices of commodities do fluctuate. And one time, the price of iron ore was about $170 to $200 a metric ton. It could still happen. So you have a $2.4 trillion asset, and you don't have the brain power to give that to yourself, securitize the assets, take it to a stock exchange, raise hundreds of millions of dollars and probably $1 billion, and invest that into infrastructure, do social development, build schools, hospitals, build up your infrastructure, the ports, create and accelerate industries within the Western Cluster, create wealth for your people. But you decide, because you want to be corrupt, because you want to finance an election in 2011. Let me tell you when the El Nitro thing started. Well, first of all, let's go to Delta Mine in 2007. There were 4 companies that came in 2007. Delta Mining, which I know very well because I worked in South Africa, was a jewelry manufacturing company. Tata, which is a multi-billion-dollar steel company. Rio Doce, which is a Brazilian iron ore mega giant, and Xinjiang Corporation, Chinese. Among the 4 companies that bidded in 2007 on Western Cluster, Delta Mining was the least. No money, no provenance in mining, no understanding of mining, had not done mining any place in the world. They picked Delta Mining over Tata, over Rio Rio Doce, South Africa, and Sanction Corporation. So, if you remember Knuckles Gate, Rodney CA uncovered the Knuckles Gate when Willis Knuckles in his laptop was discovered that there was a degree of bribery that was paid to Mr. Knuckles and others for the Western Cluster. Now, this was pre-HIPIC, and Mrs. Shalif at that time had a lot of sensitivities to the international system. So she canceled that agreement, that award. And we fought it tooth and nail. That was the first time I met Rodney. I mean, not met, but interacted with Rodney Shea in my life. I sent him the documents, the bid documents, and I was able to prove to him that this was an egregious fraud. That's how we met. Okay. In those days, we had to use faxes in 2007. That was not too much about scanning an email. So after we took out Delta Mining, the scalawags did not stop. They went again and they organized a new bid round. They announced it December 1st, 2008. And in the bid round, these were the following qualifications or requirements for the company to participate. Number one, you must be 5 years in existence. You must have mined 5 million tons a year. El Anito was a scrap metal company that was brought here by Mohammed Kane. And Mohammed Kane, I hope you're listening. A scrap metal company that was brought here by Mohammed Kane. I met the country manager for El Anito, which is a guy called Amin Angawi. I met him at Cape Hotel. He wanted to get an export permit for his scrap that was being held up in Maryland. And he asked me to approach the Ministry of Lands, Mines, and Energy. I did that. Promised to give me $1,000 for that. He never gave that money. So around December, when the bid round came out, what these guys did was this Palestinian-Israeli scrap metal dealer, they put a suit on this man, Stanton. They made him to be like a mining magnate. They took him to a mining conference at the Monrovia City Hall. And remember that I told you the bid came out December 1st. El Anito was formed at the end of December in Anguilla. I have the documentation to prove that. In Anguilla. Are you listening to me, Stanton? El Anito was formed after the bid round came up. They had not mined 5 million tons per year. They had not been in existence for 5 years. They were bidding against companies like Capital Steel Shogun. Capital Steel Shogun was brought to Liberia by Neil Bush, brother of George Bush, president of the United States. When Neil Bush came to Liberia, I was introduced to him, and he asked me, Sam, do you think because of corruption, the company as large as Capital Steel Shogun will not get a bid? I said, well, I cannot answer that. So the other company that was involved in that bid round was Societe Fomento, an Indian company that had been around for 75 years. Guess what? When they announced the winner of this bid, El Anito, a company that did not exist prior to the bid round. Prior to the bid round, the company did not exist. How they manipulated that at the Inter-Ministerial Technical Committee, and I will name names later, but I just want you to understand the contours of what I'm trying to say to you. Because the Inter-Ministerial Technical Committee consists of many agencies: Ministry of Lands, Mines, and Energy, NIC, Ministry of Justice, Central Bank, and so forth and so forth. They had a grading system. How in their ingenuity they could grade El Anito above Societe Fomento and Capital Steel Shogun, that's a riddle. When I saw that, I called a press conference. I was livid. And I tried to enlist the support of political parties. Every one of the political parties I went to rebuffed me. In fact, they went to the El Anito people and they were bribed. And if they say I lie, let them sue me. I will prove it. Every one of them. Every time we gave them information, they will use that to extort money from El Anito people. There was a running battle for 2 years, Stanton. For 2 years, it was a running battle. They were very, 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 sneaky people. They used to go every morning to Savannah Printing Press and buy any paper, all of the papers that had negative things on El Anito. We fought that battle for 2 years. The legislative caucus of the Western Cluster, which included Lahala Sana, Richard Ivan, Alex Tyler, Morris Atuma, Matthew Dablo, and others, Ivani Sherman, these people sold their people cheap. I went to them, Stanton. I said I used to work on Wall Street. You have an asset value worth several $1 trillion. Why don't you form a Bapulu Cape Mount Bombing Development Corporation? Give the El Anito asset to yourself. Give it to yourself. And then we will securitize those assets and we'll put you on the alternative index market in London, which is doable. And a lot of companies have done it here at Stanton over the last 15 years, post-war. Orioles Mining, in fact, Hummingbird Resources is doing it now, right? And a B Mountain, was sold to was bought by B Mountain. It was a Pharaoh. Orioles had the Aputu iron ore mines. They sold it to Silver Star. This is how it works. It's called, what they call it, in, farm out, or just a complete buyout. In our All Blacks, Stanton, we did the same exact thing in our All Blacks. Between 2003 and 2004, a Nigerian man, he was not a millionaire at that time, Prince Arthur Izzy, came to this country. And he, through negotiation, not a bid, they gave him blocks number 11, 12, and 14. When I worked for the Taylor government, we had delineated the 17 oil blocks. The 17 oil blocks were delineated. And we were not, and we could not, or were able to give up any oil blocks. So when the transition government came out in 2003, there were 17 oil blocks sitting there that had not been given to anyone. It was not a free for all. So when Prince Arthur Izzy came in, he was given blocks 11, 12, and 14. And the requirement for that was to buy the data from TGS NOPEC, which had the seismic data. The seismic data is they do the blast on the ocean. They take a lot of pictures. It's a technical process. So you pretty much look at the interpretation of the seismic work and determine which blocks you want. So this guy came and took blocks number 11, 12, and 14. He was supposed to pay $900,000 for the data from TGS NOPEC. Guess what, Stanton? He gave a check for $10,000. The check bounced. But he had the paper in his hand. The paper in his hand. He took that paper to Luke Oil in Russia and got $40 million right away. He brought him in as partners. Later on, what happened? When Chevron came in, blocks number 11, 12, and 14 were on their radar. They bought it for more than $200 million. And he kept 30% in there. This is your country, Stanton. Stupidity, ignorance, but also self-interest, shallowness is, and I have been fighting this for the last 48 years of my life. My education is not to benefit me, but it's to give critical knowledge to the people of Liberia. Anybody who knows me, I don't like a fancy car, I don't like fancy clothes, I don't like fancy nothing. And I've been telling them for 48 years, and especially since 1980. And I wrote a book about that, Rich Land, Poor Country.
look at the geography of your country. If you look in the center, you see a lot of economic activities, Monrovia to Raleigh to Ganta, all of that, right? You look at the southeast, little or nothing there. You look at the northwest, there's nothing there. So potentially with 4 billion tons of iron ore in the Western cluster, you don't have enough brain power to securitize it and take it to a stock market, but you have to give it to someone. You have to give it to someone. That we are stupid, we are ignorant, we don't have educated people in this country. There are many Liberians who work on Wall Street, many Liberians who work in investment banking, Mike Miller, Richard Talbot, Samuel Jackson, others, Sonny Nima, and they're listening to me. We've had this conversation before. Why would a country that needs money give us their precious minerals to a company that did not exist prior to the bid round? Why? Stanton, what kind of sense does that make? And why are the people of Liberia so angry? Why are they angry? Why are the representatives angry? Why aren't the people of Bomi, Cape Man? So you want to tell me that nobody that know book in Bomi, Cape Man, and Bapulu? Your father say you're no book. If you're no book, you know the value of an asset. Okay? With this an intrinsic value, because iron ore is not it's not like diamond with no intrinsic value. Steel, the quantity of steel a country uses is an indicator of economic wealth. Since 1978, when China began this economic revolution, China has grown by quantum leaps, and China is the number one user of steel products today. And the old paradigm, economic paradigm, where you used to have Republic Steel, Bethlehem Steel, and US Steel with the largest steel companies in the world, that is all shifted now to China and India. And where is the resource base for these people? In the 50s, as you know, they got the iron ore from where? From Lamco, from Bong Mine, from NIOC, from Bomi Hills. But when the price of iron ore went down and China was not yet doing significant amount of economic activity, the price went down. But guess what? In 2006, when Madam Salif came to power, commodity prices just went up. There was a demand for oil. The reason why there was a demand for this oil, Stanton, is because the United States wanted to get an alternative to Middle Eastern oil. And the Gulf of Guinea, where Liberia is, and Nigeria, they were trying to increase the amount of oil that they were taking from this. So we hit the jackpot. So we brought in Anadarko, we brought in Chevron, we brought in ExxonMobil, African Petroleum, all of these. But guess what? We did not get the appropriate price for our thing. People made money and they went out.
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, thank you very much. I want us to narrow this down to the Western cluster. If we start shifting to the oil product, which bring in local and all the other wahula that comes with it. Let's stick with Western cluster a little bit. You have given us a little bit of history on its origin of Western cluster. Beautiful, made.
So, but Stanton,
yeah.
Let me just go ahead and just stick to this Western cluster. That the deal was so bad that they gave to El Anito when they signed the agreement. The same day they signed the agreement with El Anito in early August of 2011. They flipped it, I believe, $80 or $90 million for 60% the same day. When the guy Jacob Engel from El Anito flew in with his private jet, signed it. He got a check for $80 million, paid minimal taxes on it, came back. 6 months later, they sold the bottom 40%.
So the company that owns it today is with Sesagua Vedanta, the Indian company, $26 billion in revenues. Now, why haven't they built infrastructure since
So when
2011?
let me hold you there and ask you some question, Mr. Jackson. Let me ask you some question. The Sassagoa, now we have Western Cluster, saying from its origin to now, they have spent 294 million United States dollars. What do you know about that amount? Who
Okay,
did
so
they give? How did they spend that amount?
okay, so that is a very, very good question. So you know they paid $120 million to El Nito, right? So that is a
Right.
given, right? Okay, so if they pay $120 million to El Nito, then they're claiming that they've invested $270 million in what? Maybe the taxes that they paid or what have you, but I don't see them paying taxes to that amount since they are in initial development and they have no taxable revenue except maybe social development fund. So I don't know. So that needs to be audited. Someone needs to tell me. Well, first of all, they haven't built houses, they haven't built hospitals, they haven't built schools, they haven't built a rail, they haven't built a port. So it'll be difficult to see how those sunken costs were incurred. I don't know, because those are
Let me help you say this also for my second question, and we're bringing the rest of the team. They are also saying signing bonus for 100, and Snow verified it. Snow said this on our show, $100 million, between $40 to $100 million sign in just to receive the first signature. Can you clarify? Can you talk to us? What do you know?
Let me put my thing on. Okay, can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, Snow said around 40 to 100 mil was given first lay for signature purposes. What do you know?
There's okay. So then okay. In 2011, the information that I know, right, when that deal was signed, there was a signing bonus of about $25 million that was paid by El Nito based upon the $80 or $90 million. Remember, I told you like $80 or $90 million was paid by Sesagua to El Nito to purchase the Western Cluster.
Correct.
Okay. So in that signing bonus may have been about 25 million. So I don't know where the other signing bonuses came from because everything is shrouded in complete secrecy. But I know for a fact that $120 million was paid to buy the asset, to transfer the assets from El Nito to Sesagua Vendetta. That's what I know.
So the El Nito, Liberian shareholders in El Nito, or those that came around at that time. You were calling some names: Richard Divine, Maurice Satuma. Can you name them?
Okay, so
part of the El Nito deal.
Okay, I don't have any information that they were equity shareholders in that, but I am 100% sure that they were backing this because I battled them on radio. And you can speak to Patrick Hunnam from at that time Truth FM. You can speak to all the radio stations in this country. I fought them every single day. I fought them for a period of 2 years. And one particular incident where Mrs. Sully was about to cancel the deal, they met me in the mansion, and peace be to his ashes. I don't want to talk about dead man, but Laha Lasana threatened to beat me up in the mansion because Ellen was about to cancel the El Nito deal because the pressure was too much. But of course, they went to her as legislators from the Western Cluster. At that meeting was, I believe, Maurice Otuma, Richard Ivan, Alex Tyler, and so forth and so forth. Okay, they went there and they were able to convince her that they needed money for the election. And as a matter of fact, and you speak to Darius Dillon, Robert Salif dispatched Darius Dillon to me to beg me. I met him at what's the name of that place? St. Gibson Hotel up in Mama Point. He came there. Okay, Mrs. Salif called me to her office and literally begged me to stop the advocacy. But the advocacy at that time, it was.
So hold on, let me ask you. So Rab Salif sent Darius Dillon to beg you.
Yes, yeah, and
this,
also people. Yeah,
no, you will call more names, Mr. Jackson. Yeah. But Dillon's now served as senator for Muscarado County. Then he begged you. Did he beg you to allow the deal to go through?
Oh, absolutely. He was a very close friend of Robert Salif. There was no hiding that Dillon was supporting Ellen government. He was a very close friend of Robert Salif. And you know that Robert Salif was the one, and I believe Mr. Salif, we gave him a scholarship to go to school. Okay. And Darius Dillon called me. He said he wanted to see me. I met him at the hotel up in Mama Point. He begged me, and I told him no. Cletus Watterson, the old man, still alive. Ask him. He begged.
He
called
begged you
me
to do what? Darius Dillon. Let's stick to the Darius Dillon conversation. He begged you to do what?
Against Elenito, to stop my advocacy.
Darius Dillon was asking you to stop your advocacy against Elenito.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let me bring the rest of the guys. We got a long way to go. Let me bring the rest of the guys. It's been over an hour. Please forgive us. Let me bring you Sintoman and George. These things are adding up, Sintoman and George. Names are coming up.
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, good to see you again. Concerning this, deal with this Western Cluster and Elenito stuff. Yeah, at the time, the Salih administration, when it was ratified, before the ratification by the legislature, did you raise any issue about it to stop it from being ratified?
Absolutely. I told you from the time remember I told you December 1st, 2008 was the day they did the RFP, right?
Yeah.
And I think like a few months, maybe 4 or 5 months later, when they announced the award to Elenito, I went ballistic. And I formed people who love Liberia to raise money to go against this thing, because they thought it was just the most egregious example of corruption and bad faith since Edward J. Raw in 1870. So people funded me to go out there, and we ran out, and I have eyewitnesses. This young man from Philadelphia right now, what's his name? Perry, Roland Perry. You can call him and ask him. Dr. Tipo, that's still alive. You can call him and ask him. Okay, Alfred Toba. I enlisted the Kidman University students. I spoke to civil society groups. This was a campaign for 2 years. Ellen used to see me and hold her head like this, because we were going after them. And we had the resources to do that. Because this was exactly what is happening today was what I predicted would happen. That they would give the asset to companies and the affiliate that did not have the technical and financial capacity to carry out this thing. And the people are bombing Kidman and Babylon will suffer the consequences. Now you see what is happening, because Go have a lot of sunken costs. They're claiming $390 million. That may be one of the reasons why they do not want to put additional money in infrastructure. So what they're using is what we call DSO, direct shipping ore. It's the ore at the surface. That's the one that they're taking, using mechanical shovels and putting them in trucks. 78 trucks, making 2 trips a day. 78 trucks making 2 trips. I don't know the tonnage, between 25 to 50 tons. But do the math, Tourmaline. Do the math. That's 156 trips a day. Look at the integrity of the Simpour River Bridge. Have they done a study to determine whether that bridge can take 156 trucks a day? Have they done an environmental impact assessment? Look, let me just go to Edwin Stoke quick, okay? I think it's important. I think everybody wants to hear this. I'm minding my business last May. Here, supporting the president, doing my own thing, enjoying my time with my Zulu queen. And I get this call from my very good friend, and I was considering him a very good dear friend. And he said, "My man, we want you to be a consultant, because we know you're opposed to trucking on iron ore, but you can be a consultant, okay?" And I want the public to see. And Stanton, I'm going to send you the memo that I sent to the Snow. I want you to please put it up.
Can you please give it to Aaron in the studio? They will put it up, please.
Okay.
They can just take a picture of it real quick and put it up.
Okay. So I sent him this memo, and unfortunately, they did not get back to me, because the memo was very clear. The memo asked, the first question in the memo was, has there been free, prior, and informed consent of the people in the project affected areas? Do the people of Bomi even know what you guys are about to do? That's the first question. The second question is, has there been an environmental impact or social, or EISIA, environmental impact and social impact assessment done? Have there been an engineering study on the bridge to determine whether it can withstand that. Have you all done anything on the roads? And then, of course, you have to do a measurement called the economic and social rate of return on the project. Why are you trucking iron ore on the road? Why? For which reason? So what economic benefits would be derived from trucking iron ore on the road? Right? Number one, the number of jobs that will be created. That's important. Jobs equal income and equal improvement in the lives of the people, right? The second thing is contribution to government GDP, contribution to government revenue, right? And then the other important thing is the linkage to the general economy, your suppliers. Who are you using as suppliers? The trucking company, the catering company, other companies that are providing services and stuff like that. These are things that you measure as the economic rate of return when you do a project. So I ask these questions. And when I ask this question, Tourmaline, dead silence. And you remember, my very good friend Snow came out on the show one time when we were very good friends, and he said that I was a consultant to them. You remember that, right?
Wait, just stop right there. Okay, your critics are saying that after this deal was ratified, everything was a bad deal, everything, but then there was silence. Dr. Tipote raised the issue about this deal. Dr. Tipote raised the issue, but then I think now what I'm being informed is that you wanted the consultancy for Elenito, but from Rouse to leave them, but when they fail to give it to you before you start raising
but
the issue.
But man, we start to explain the consultancy.
I want you to just okay.
Timberlake.
Yeah.
Some people they just talk nonsense to distract. Ask Samuel Jackson. I just told you that Robert Salif came to beg me. He said Robert didn't beg me. Okay. And Tipote is alive. My advocacy never ended. It never ended up to the day that they signed it and they ratify it and they give the concession to set. It's never ended. It never ended. So this is a distraction. They want to put me inside, but I'm not like that.
Please continue with Snow and the consultancy.
Yeah, no,
but
I want listen to me. I want people to see my memo that I wrote to Edwin Snow. I'll never see it live. Okay.
So they're gonna put up your memo. Let me bring in Fagon. Fagon, you want to ask your question, please?
No, but let's hear about this consultancy. It's important.
You can make that your question.
Samuel Jackson was where he got interrupted because it's very, very important that we get to know. Samuel, can you continue about this, Sam?
I was minding my business in my apartment, enjoying myself. My very good friend who's not coming one day. He said, my man, we want you to have a consultancy because we're doing the Western Cluster thing, and we know you have opposed it before. And I took that, as far as I'm concerned, as a bribe, right? Because it was a quid pro quo. My silence and excuse in exchange for consultancy. But I'm not a stupid man. This was an attempt to compromise me to keep my mouth shut. So even if they paid me money, which was then determined that I was part of the deal, and therefore my mouth would be shut. So guess what? The Bassa man I am from Sunnywan, I wrote him a memo. I put him on record. And Eugene, you have that memo. I sent it to you. Stanton has that memo. You all have that memo. So can y'all put the memo up?
So we'll put the memo up, but let me ask you, you're not too clear yet though. They asked you to be a consultant, Mr. Jackson. Did they offer you any amount?
Mr. Snow verbally offered me a consultancy with the Western Cluster. And then I sent him a memo. I sent a memo through him to the Western Cluster people because I know Snow is a senator. He has no jurisdiction, or he's not part of human resource of
You got to unmute, Byron. For us to hearing, you got to unmute. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, so I sent a memo to Western Cluster people, Sesagawa Vedenta, through Edwin Snow, asking these questions. And you have the memos, Senator. You have it.
James, can you pull up the memo, please?
You sent it to him already? Yeah.
All right. So, Honorable Fagon, your second question. We'll get to this memo. We're running out of time. Your own question, Franklin.
Is that it?
You are muted, Franklin. You are muted.
We all know that Eladito, some kind of conspicuous way, got this whole deal. But in the memorandum of understanding, this is where every day I said to myself, and I say, Father God, you really have to bless our country and save it. If you go to page 1 of 6, you will see they say whereas. And then page 1 of 6 tells you that the parent company got this due for bombing, what you call it, Beer Mountain and NIOC. It will amaze you to find out how they got the deal, how much they paid, what they did, nothing in there. But then come to number 2. On the page 1 of 6. You will see where it said, subsequent to the rectification, they tell you how Eladito got 49% of the owe from the government. I'm sure you're looking at it. If they got 49%, what happened to the other 51%? In this MOU, page 1 of 6, Stanton.
Who did it go to? So who got it 51%?
Like, I mean, you asking?
I'm asking Mr. Jackson. I want him to help us explain that.
The MOU we see now, who got it 51%?
Maybe Mr. Jackson have some answer to it. Mr. Jackson, according to the
do
MOU,
you have the MOU in front of you?
First of all, no, I haven't. No, because first of all, I saw it on your spoon thing. I didn't want to delve into it because anybody who put the signature on that thing, that I mean, believe me, and some of my friends did, and I know won't like what I'm saying, but this is not a manifestation of who they are. It doesn't represent them. That's all I would say. To put your signature on an MOU, to say that MOU supersedes any law, MDA, and that MOU is not ratified, and that, first of all, if you want to do something like that to bring jobs to Bomi, you need to call the people of Bomi free, prior, and informed consent. The people, when they give us the Western cluster, they give it to you to build a railroad, and to build a port, and to create accelerate industries in Bomi, Bapolu, and Cape Mount. Not for you to use mechanical shovels to put it on trucks and take it through populated areas. And this is what, let me tell President Weah something. And I know people, President Weah, please, we know you and I've spoken to you only once since I endorsed you, okay? And I like you a lot, and I continue to be supportive. But anybody who believes that this deal is a good deal, the first time an accident happens on that road where Mahawa in Gangama taking her 2 children to school in the morning, and one of the iron ore trucks hit that woman, the election is finished for you in the Western cluster. So what I want you to do, President Weah, we have 2 options right now. 2 options. The first option is, if we can grow the political will.
Before you go to the option, we won Stanton. This thing is with Stanton. Page 1 of 6. The thing is right there. This whole deal, the whole country is watching. There are about 6 different things that got me going crazy. The day I hear media institutions talking about corruption, that day they wouldn't like me. Because today what me and Julius did on his show showed the whole world something different. I ask all of us, we are Liberians here, forget about Stanton Witherspoon creating this big platform for all Liberians. Right now, if you go on the live feed, the people are complaining that they can't hear the radio stations. Maybe who knows which kind of attacking it or something happening, I don't know. But what I do know, in a memorandum of understanding, page 1 of 6, number 2 to be exact, You told me how the company got the other thing from Elenito. They got 49%. That's your MOU. Who got a 51%? Stanton asking me. But yeah, they call me yo. There's no look at us and tell us Jowia will win 2023 and I will be a campaign chairman. And in 2029, let me see who will oppose me. Now know that our mountain you're depending on. You saw our mountain easy like that. And you think we're going to sit down? We got to go back to 2017. Bombing, Kepma, and Bapolu was never won easily. Bapolu was never won by President Weah. Bombing and Kepman, President Weah won by like 2,000 votes in each of those counties, 3,000. Then you come, you let Snow tell you, you're going to sell our iron ore and destroy our country. We are here. As for saying Jackson, say he suspend endorsement. Me, I don't suspend endorsement. I'm in the CDC barrack. That put a Kev that will stay in front of me.
Thank you. Thank you, Fagon. Let's go to Kev Hassan. Kev Fico.
How are you guys? Mr. Jackson, how are you? First of all, let me get this thing. You're talking about Elenito. Are you listening to me, Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson, are you listening to? Are you getting me?
I can barely hear him. He's muffled.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother Kev. How are you today?
Not bad. Yeah, not bad. Let me ask you this: you're talking about Elenito. Is Elenito do any contact with Ellen doing this Elenito? Any contact with Ellen?
I cannot say that any contact, but I know that Robert Salif and Amir Nagami, the Palestinian Israeli, were very, very, very close friends, extremely close friends. Because every time I went to Ellen and I told her something concerning Elenito, once she told Robert, it got straight to Amir. So much that you can ask Christiana Ta and you can ask Foma Salif. My life was threatened. But I told them that if I just believe that you are threatening my life, I'm going to go after you with a vengeance. It will be physical because I am nobody's chicken for you to kill. So they left me alone. They even tried to lure me into Dubai to do something to me there. Okay. So I put my life on the line. So when my cousin Chief Tourmaline asked me that I work for Elenito, they pay me money, all that kind of nonsense, because somebody wants to distract and deflect. If you know Sam Jackson is not about wealth. If you know Sam Jackson is not about, it's a nationalist. I've been supporting Jowia for two years. Has he even taken my phone and called me? Does it say that thank you? Has he ever even called me to a Jamaica resort and say, Pape, let can break bread, or even call me to forget clone? But I do it because it's a manifestation of the population that I fought for. I'm a disciple of Dido Twe. I'm a disciple of Marcus Matthews. Jowia is from Gibraltar. I'm from Sony Wen. There is a symbiotic relationship between slum dwellers and peasants. And I will always support him. And I'm coming back now. I'm moving on from my scientific now to my political hat. Okay? That now I will push for the president's re-election. But I wanted it to be dispassionate when I was speaking about Western Cluster, so people listening will not know whether pro or con. But I will support the president. And I will support the president vigorously. And my friends in the government who made the mistake of signing the MOU, I will continue to engage them constructively for the sake of the country and for the sake of this current generation.
Okay. Let's go back. I listen to you.
I can barely hear you though.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I'm trying to hear, but go ahead. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't know why. Let's go back because Stanton talked about the 294 million. Deal was signed back then, because what I'm hearing from you, you're going to the origin of this deal, the origin for, on this deal, because a lot of folks out there, if they listen to some folks,
I can hear you.
you can hear me now.
I can hear you now. Good, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of folks. Let me. Can we take this down a little bit? Okay. Listen to you.
Kev, I know you're asking your question. When you're ready for it, Mr. Jackson, you call for it because we got it set, okay? After Kev's question, please.
Okay, so but what is Kev's question? I didn't get it good. I mean, talking about
he's asking a question. After he asks his question, when you're ready, you can call for these memos. Go ahead, Kev.
No, but let's go. Yeah, go, Kev. Ask your question again. But
you can hear me clear now, right?
Try to, Kev. Go ahead.
Okay. It seems to me like you're going back to the origin. I think it's a good thing to go back to the origin of this, this Western Cluster deal. A lot of folks sounding like this deal was yesterday and from this government. But you know a lot about this deal. Seems to me you've been fighting this deal. You talk about Robert Salif. Robert Salif is the son of Ellen Johnson Salif. You talk about stuff that happened back then. I want to explain to the Liberian people, Mr. Jackson, that this deal, they call him a bad deal. Again, you mentioned that Darrell Dillon went to you to kind of like want you to support this deal, and Darrell Dillon support the Unity Party government, and he was supporting the Unity Party government at that time. Because folks are trying to make this deal to look like it's the deal of today, but it's a deal of yesterday. I want you to explain to the Liberian people that this deal, this MDA was signed in 2011, and $294 million was given, and nothing to show for under the Unity Party government towards the people of Bumi. But folks want to divide that part, just trash that part. I want you to explain to us, Mr. Jackson, that 2011 deal and why it was not good, and why the Unity Party people was trying to make you to support this deal.
Okay, look, Kev, you want to excuse your friends who signed an MOU. That's not going to happen on my watch. The MOU, yes, yeah. They're my friends too, okay? And I have to live with them in this town, okay? But what they did was completely illogical and against the interests of the people of Bumi. They're friends of mine. I will continue to work with them. I love them, but they made a big mistake. Now, the pressure to create jobs.
Jackson,
let me finish, Kev.
No, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson,
let me finish. Let me answer.
It's not about the MOU.
Kev, let me answer the question. Yeah, but I will come to that. Kev. I will come to that. But I'm saying you're trying to excuse your friends from this flimsy MOU.
No, I asked you a question on the MOU.
Yeah, you answer, but let me just tell you, because I'm not. Kev.
Kev.
And I have an IQ of 140. So when you ask a question, I know where you're coming from. Okay? You're trying to excuse because the deal was signed in the past. This deal was signed in the past, but it's being implemented in the present. Right? The $397 million that was supposedly spent, that's sunken cost. Someone needs to do an audit of that to make a determination whether that is good expense, that can be the expense in relationship to profits in the future. Someone needs to do that. The point we're trying to make today is that your government, the government that we support, is the one that put a signature on a piece of paper that is allowing on environmentally poor thing of trucking iron ore through populated areas, Kev. That's what you should stick with. Not whether $297 million was spent. Kev, if anything happens in Bomi, in Gangama, where my son is from, if my Hawa is going to take a children to school in the morning, and the iron ore truck flip and turn over and kill people on our road, it was undermine the re-election of George Manning Weah. Why Ellen then screwed this thing up, and I say it's the most egregious example of corruption since the fraud in 1870 with the E.J. Raw loan. I'm saying to you is that we can fix this, Kev. And the way we can fix this is to accept the fact that this MOU is a flimsy attempt to create jobs in Bomi. We should not do that to our people. Kev, we can create jobs in Bomi. We are smart people. We got 52 ounces of brain matter in our heads.
Mr.
We
Jackson,
need to say, we need to finish. We need to say, listen to me. Ellen then screwed up. But the biggest screw up now is that we are actually implementing the trucking of iron ore against everything in environmental, sustainable economic development. How many jobs are being created? How much revenue is being given to the government Liberia that justify this kind of egregious example of threats to the environment, threat to the safety of people, threats to the Simple Bridge, threats to the people in Douala? What? That is a huge threat, Kev.
Mr. Jackson,
that is a huge threat.
Mr. Jackson, you're a smart man. The MDA is a law. Who passed that MDA into law?
Kev, this is spilled milk. The MDA was signed by the previous government.
No, answer is who passed the MDA into law?
He just said it. He said it was passed by the previous government.
Previous government. And Kev, listen, Kev, it left with me. A lot of people should be in jail right now from the Western Coast, I think 2011. People should be in jail.
Mr. Jackson.
Absolutely.
Mr. Jackson, I'm not you going too far. I'm asking you, who passed it into law, the MDA, that you want us to?
I said the previous government. The previous government did that in 2011.
Into law.
Right.
So why are we focusing?
Okay, ask your question. Let me cut in now. I'm just listening.
Okay, Kev. Okay, so Ellen did it, and then we finish it. So what I said, Salinsa passed it, and Joey I finish it right now.
No, Salinsa open it, Joey I close it.
And Joey I close it. So that because Ellen open it, and Joey I'm open it now. Please, but Kev.
Kev, you done with a question?
Yes.
Yeah,
this is bad for the country, Kev, and nobody should tell President Weah that we should keep this thing going. Nobody should do that.
My last question to you, at this moment, the MDA was signed by the last government. You question the MOU. What the way forward now? That we can.
Okay, we'll come to that. So let me tell you now, Kev. Okay, Kev. Let me tell you my educated opinion. Okay.
You gotta wait. Let me finish. You gotta wait.
Okay, finish.
He big. It wasn't way forward.
Mr.
I swear to God. He run behind Samuel Johnson with peace stick. Then he said, okay,
but listen, Kev.
Can I ask a question?
But Kev, you keep asking questions. You go. These are circular questions. Let's ask a straightforward question. You get a straightforward answer. When you're going around the bush, what is your point, Kev? So it was signed by Ellen. So what? What is your point?
Mr. Jackson, let me finish.
I said, let me hear that. I can't hear that.
At this moment, you can hear me?
I can hear you. From the speaker? Okay.
You can hear
Kev,
me?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. But anyway, we'll try. I don't know. Only Kev is having that problem with Kev. Why, Kev?
By his volume 40.
Oh yeah, Kev, you got some kind of Mickey Mouse contraption to your house?
You can hear me now?
Barely, Kev, but let's try.
Okay. My last question to you, Dr. Piba, I will come to you. I'm sorry, my brother. Too much obstruction. But let me say this, to you. Let me ask you this: a lot of people calling, to just take the baby in the baby tub and just throw everything out with the water. I want to know. I want to know if you're part of that class of people who want to just scrap it and just attack the government and just say and just go into politics and say, don't vote for this president. The MOU is bad. Or the way forward to fix it and let the people of Bombing benefit from this deal. What's your position on that?
Okay. Are you done, Kev?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Kev. Look, anything that is done bad in the beginning, in the middle, will end up bad. Okay. This was a bogus deal from the beginning. Its origin was very poor, very bad against the interests of the people of Bapulu, Kipman, and Bombing. The MOU does not enhance it, it does not mitigate the flaws and the problems that from the original deal. So I can understand somebody going to President Weah and saying, oh, the people in Bombay, they need jobs, and therefore let's do this or do it. But that's not how you create jobs in Bombay. That's not how you help Manhawa in Gangama. That's not how you make railroad engineers. That's not how you send people to technical schools, improve the standard of living of the people in the Western cluster. You don't do that by trucking ore. What you do is to go back to the original MDA and tell Videnta, and give them a time, abide by this MDA, 6 months to a year to start building infrastructure, suspend all operation, pay social development funds so we can infuse some social protection money into the Bombay economy, or we will cancel the MDA. And then what the government of Liberia and the people of Bombay, including you, Kev Hassan, you should be doing is to tell Vedanta, if you can't able to think, you're not able to do investment, because they are known for underinvestment. They were almost kicked out of Zambia for underinvestment. The same thing they're doing in Liberia, underinvestment. So, Kev, there are global billion-dollar companies in the world that want to come to the Western cluster. I will give you one. Fortescue want to come. Okay. Rio Tinto wants to come. Vale wants to come. Okay. Capital Steel Shogun, Sano Steel. These were all companies that participated in the original bid. They have the technical and financial. Let me give you one company that came in the first Western cluster, Sano Steel. Charlie George, I want you to listen to this. I want you to take your head from whatever text you're looking at and look in my face. Tommy George, are you there? Okay. Tommy George.
I follow you.
Sano Steel. George Haddad and others, with some Liberians, brought in Sano Steel. And Sano Steel said they were going to build a container port that was stretched from Robertsport to Tottenburg. It will rival Rotterdam. And they were going to use the tailings from the iron ore to build a cement factory to supply all of West Africa. That is in that bid document. Sano Steel, which came second to Delta Mining in 2007, Kev Hassan. Tata, one of the largest companies on the planet. Then you got Rio Dochi and Nanjing. And then Societe Fomento and Capital Steel Shogun. And you take two nonsensical companies with no asset, no capacity, no technical thing, and because you guys want to fund a campaign or do what you wanted to do in 2011, and so you go, you undermine the future of unborn generations in Cape Mount because you want to finance a campaign, and you think Samuel Jackson is going to sit down, and because you gave him peanuts, he's going to protect you on that? You think I'm a stupid man? You think I got to this stage of my life by taking 5,000, 10,000 and shutting up? Huh? You think I got to this stage in my life by taking 5,000, 10,000 and shutting up? Let me tell you something. One of these days soon, I'm going to be buried 6 feet. And I dare anybody in the Western cluster team, El Nito, to say that they gave me money to support them. I dare them.
You had any relationship with George Hada coming in?
George is a friend of mine. He asked me to help to look at the bid document, of course. Of course, he asked me. Of course.
Well, Mr. Jackson, let me
He
ask
asked me
you.
to look at it. And I was not a bidder, but like when Neil Bush came to Liberia, I mean the people know me. So he asked me to look at his bid document. I'm not part of his company. He didn't even pay me just to look at my bid document, right? So what's wrong with looking at a good bid document? Somebody asks you, saying, what is your opinion? What do you think we need to sweeten this deal to the Liberian people? So that when somebody will text you now and say, I have a good relationship with Joe Hada. Every time I see Joe Hada, I put money in my pocket out of my friend.
Somebody texting me, man. People have a question.
No, I'm seeing people texting you.
You're not seeing
nobody texting me, man. Everybody has a question.
So you're asking me. I have I'm very good friends with everybody in this country. And anybody who want to do anything with economic, social development, they'll come to me because they know my expertise. Okay? But I have no sway over what decisions are made in government. Okay? Joy Hada's a very good friend of mine because I work for Taylor. He was the rice importer for Taylor. And when this deal, the Western Festival 2007, he brought in Sound of Steel.
You better ask a question.
Yeah, Mr. Jackson still. Mr. Jackson, let me ask you. I still want to go to the current deal. I mean, the past and this thing really. If that deal was bad, the current government should have taken a real step in addressing it. But in fact, they did. They follow. Let me ask you this question because I know you say your heart is very close to that deal, and that the people of Bummy have suffered in that deal. Do you think there was kickback giving to any individual to allow that to go forward? This current deal.
Look, let me explain something to you. What I think doesn't matter, but let's look at on the surface. What happened? Do you think, Peabody, in your own understanding, that somebody would sign a piece of paper like that without, a benefit to the people of Bummy, they perceive, or to benefit for themselves or some self-interest? Since most things are characterized by self-interest, my educated guess would be there may have been some quid pro quo in that agreement. I don't have the facts, but I don't want to start accusing people of corruption because there are legal implications. But I can just say this is a flimsy deal, and the people who signed that is not a reflection of the good education that they have. Okay, they should have done much more. They should have done much more analysis and introspection, and asked more questions, and brought in the people of Bummy, the sons and daughters of Bummy, before they signed that. They made a mistake, but it does not mean the end of the world. We can fix it. We can fix it. Can you put my memo up, please?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 5, how bad is the deal? The current deal?
It's off the charts. It's off the charts.
It's off the charts.
Very bad. Very bad.
Very bad. All right.
Look, Peabody, the environmental impact and social impact assessment that should be done. Where is it? Where is the public information campaign to get the free, prior, and informed consent of people in the project affected areas? What is the engineering study that was done on the bridge to ensure that it can take 176 trucks a day? Plus, are you aware? Somebody sent me, there is something about the axle on our road, right? And I think some engineers can call in. The actual requirement on our roads, that certain number of axle cannot pass on those roads. They may be contravening the laws of the country. Okay, but look, let me just be very clear. This is not an effort to make people to look bad. This is an effort to right a historical wrong and a present wrong that could undermine the election of President Weah, and also could undermine the future of children in Bummy and Kipma and Bapulu. So fix it.
If you are holding somebody responsible for that deal, who will you hold responsible?
Or the people who signed it, obviously.
Who are they?
But listen, come on, you're not going to let me go into name calling. These are very close friends of mine. I'm trying to be very careful here. I want to listen. I
But
want to
Mr. Jackson-
maintain. I want to be listening.
But the people need on the MOU. Why you want to
The
ask
people name on the
Jackson
MOU.
to
So
call
I
the
mean,
people?
I don't have to call their names because the thing is, I don't want to drag any personalities into it. The MOU, there are 3 people who signed it, and I'm saying that MOU is not a reflection of their good judgment or their good education.
Point of correction, 4 persons signed it. 4.
Oh, 4. Okay, 4. I'm sorry.
The Justice
4,
Minister attested to he was the 4th person.
But the
Finance
3.
Minister,
Well, yeah.
Finance Minister Lance and Mice and National Investment Commission.
But let me
boss.
say this. If the current government knew that the deal was bad, the previous deal was bad, why didn't they take action?
Well, look, Liberia is a very strange country, Dr. Peabody. You know, like expertise is something that people earn by going to good schools or getting good skills, right? I believe the Minister of Lands, Mines, and Energy, my very good friend Gensler, is well-meaning, but when it comes to something that in terms of like capital raising, securitizing assets, raising money for sunken costs on major projects, I don't think the skill set is there. It really isn't there, right? So even in Ellen Sirleaf government, where they have people, Vice President from UBS, Richard Tolbert, where they had Dr. Eugene Shannon, world-class geologist, where they had all these people, and they signed this deal, right? So it tells you that self-interest can cloud your education and your good judgment. Why would somebody give a $4 trillion asset to a company which is a what do you call it? A scrap metal company that was formed after the RFP? How do you justify that, Henry Peabody? How do you justify that? And why isn't there a hue and cry from the people? Why must it be Sam Jackson will come and run him up all the time and make enemies? Because tomorrow, after this show, I can tell you that some people will not want to talk to me anymore. But I'm a people, I can take that. I speak on behalf of the people of Liberia. I shouldn't be doing it at age 70. And let me tell you something that was in Stanton. This is breaking news. Every lot of operatives in the political parties, I had consultations with them. I gave them all the facts I knew. And some of them, I believe, went to the Western Cluster people and took money recently.
Well, you can't call it.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
Where you offer 10,000 United States dollars by Edward Snow.
Well, absolutely. And I have evidence to that. I mean, and I wrote him a memo on May 27th. I said, people put a memo up.
Put the memo up, James.
Yeah. You was in the memo, yeah. Put a memo up. Yeah, there. Okay, so on May 27th, I get a call from my very good friend Edwin Snow and say, says the go out coming to come, truck iron ore, but we know you're against it, but we want you to be a consultant for this deal. Okay. So I said, okay. So I'm writing my memo. And the memo is out there for everybody to see. Okay. So I said, in order to successfully carry out the things, these are the questions. Number 1, has the company gained the free, prior, and informed consent of inhabitants of the mining area, chiefly in the Western Cluster? What process was used to gain that consent?
So, Mr. Jackson, we understand we are saying the memo here and there, but my question is that right? I love to ask this question just to get to the point. So do you have any proof that he offered you 10,000 United States?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you sued me, I would show him text message what we're talking about disbursement. Absolutely. I mean, I had it.
So did he offer you the money as a hush money because your post?
Well, he didn't say hush money.
No, Mr. Jackson, let me finish now. Your post, Mr. Jackson, let me finish. Mr. Jackson, I'm asking a question. Let me finish, please. I beg, let me finish. Your post on social media said hush money. So that's where I'm going.
Exactly. So hold on a second. So now, this is how I perceive it. Being the person I am, the intelligent person I am. If you know I opposed something in the past, and you come and you say to me, my man, we'll give you 10,000 for you to work for the people, right? Right? So then I send you a memo. It's called CYA, cover your ass. So I send you a memo giving you my original points that I did 11 years ago to say I can be a consultant. Maybe we can mitigate the environmental and social consequences of this. But these are the questions that I have. Answer them. And guess what, Stanton? You know the reason why they never came back to me? Because in order to deal with the questions in that memo, they will have to spend millions of dollars. They did not want to do that. So they said, well, we either got $10,000 or not. He's not going to be satisfied. He's still going to ask these hard questions. So the best thing is let's just ignore him. And they ignore me. And guess what? Stanton, I didn't have any issue with them. You know when I got involved? On December 30th. And you know, I have the text message when Edwin Snow came on your show and said that I was giving you all questions on the Western Cluster. That's when I called the show. Remember December 30th? I called the show. And then Mr. Snow, he threatened me that, I finished telling the president. So I said, well, go tell God. So I asked them for Edwin Snow to apologize to me privately. They never did. Right? And so that's how I flew off the handle when I wrote that letter to him on that day. Cooler heads prevail. And the second reason why I took that post down, because this is the government I support. And this is a government I will push for re-election no matter what. I don't want to do the work of the opposition.
So let me ask you. We know all of that. Let me ask you. I bet can you? Let me ask you. Edwin Snow is saying to you that I challenged him before and challenge him now on this show. He's saying that. So let's be very direct because he's watching. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson.
Wait, it's very easy. Let me go. Hold on a second. Give Mr. Snow.
If Senator Snow want to come in, he can do so. Well, we have
Mr. Snow.
Okay. I know you are looking for the message.
No, I'm not. I mean, I'll find it. Let's just go. Okay, I got a message right here. In fact, I took it from my thing and sent it. Okay, that is okay. So Edwin Snow, you remember seeing me? Share my brother any news.
You reading something that we're not saying? Can you text it to me? Forward it to me.
No. I'm gonna read it to you because this might have legal consequences. Okay, so I'm just gonna.
No, but we don't believe what you read, Mr. Jackson.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. You're gonna have to believe me. I'm gonna lie. Okay, this is the text here. Okay.
You're not putting it on camera. If you're doing that, then why can't you send it?
Let me read the text, Stanton. I will do that for now. These have legal consequences. Nothing has happened yet. I'm currently in Dakar. Okay, thanks. Just checking. Sorry to you, brother. Who is making a decision on disbursement time? Blank or blank? Both. Okay. What was this disbursement about, Mr. Snow? What was this disbursement in reference to? What were we talking about?
So my question to you, Mr. Jackson, that's why you see it's good to have you on the show. My question to you, did Edwin Snow, did he say to you, Mr. Jackson?
But listen to me. Why can I ask you a question? Wait. Why would I send a memo to Edwin Snow, take my time to research Western Cluster and send him a memo if he doesn't call me to say, I want you to be a consultant? Why other than
I'm not fighting for Snow. I want us to get some facts.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you, on your post on social media, you say Snow offer you $10,000 as hush money.
Yeah. And I consider that hush money because that was for the consultancy.
Yeah, but you got to pause now. Did Edwin Snow tell you, say, Mr. Jackson, I will give you 10,000 United States dollars?
He said the Western Cluster people will give me $10,000.
He said Western Cluster will give you 10,000.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, he will not take his money and give me.
And he said that to you verbally, right?
Money. And I believe they were hush money.
No, but hold on now. But he said that to you verbally, right?
He said that to me verbally, yeah. But this is the text message I'm asking when will the money be disbursed? I asking him when will the money be disbursed, and he telling me that there's no news yet on the disbursement. So what was this in reference to, Mr. Snow? What do you owe me any money for me to ask about disbursement? And what was this in reference to, Mr. Snow?
Why you went after Snow on his dropping out of college here in America, returning to Liberia? getting the LPRC job.
No, I
Why
should
you
have.
went?
I should
Why
have.
you went?
I
Why
should
you
have
went
done
off?
that, and I
Yeah.
apologize on that one. I went astray on that. I leave me. I shouldn't have done that. But I was pushed to the wall, and sometimes you and your wife are making flour, your friend are making flour. You say some things that you regret. I'm sorry I did that. Really, I'm deeply sorry. Very,
So
very
let's
sorry.
go back. So let's go back to bombing, and let's talk about what is happening. My last question, and the guys will come in. Let's go back to bombing, Mr. Jackson. This Western cluster thing. What's the best option now?
Great. Okay. Look, first of all, maybe Snow had good intentions. I'm not a mind reader, okay? But good intentions should be tempered with a lot of expertise and understanding of the industry, the environment, and social consequences of your action. They didn't do that, okay? And Edwin Snow already knows that this deal was a bad deal because he was in the legislature when this deal was ratified, and he voted to ratify that deal in 2011. So he knows the origin of that deal. So, and I don't believe the trucking of the ore is mitigation. It does not help the people of bumming. It does not create a proportionate number of jobs. There are limited linkages to the economy of bumming. And it does not give the people of Birmingham an opportunity for skills training and development, and it's not sustainable economic development. And I challenge anybody, any economist or financial person out there, to show me the economic rate of return and the social rate of return for this kind of investment that is shoveling iron ore, mechanical shovel, and taking it through populated areas. How many jobs are being created? What's the contribution to GDP? What's the contribution of GDP? What are the linkages to the economy? And the other question is, the companies that are providing services to the Western cluster, like the people that are doing the actual mining, a Ghanaian company, and there are a lot of indirect employment. There are no benefits to the people. So if the people get sick, which hospital they will go to? If the people get sick, which hospital they will go to? Why are the schools that are being built for technical vocational education for the people? Okay, what will happen when that ore is depleted in bombing? And bombing has the least amount of ore in the Western cluster. That means they will shift the operation now from bombing to be in NIOC. So this is not a good deal for the people of Liberia and for the people of bombing, Cape-Man, and Bapalu. So despite their good intentions, and I will give it to Mr. Snow, that the intentions were good. But the graves in this world are filled with people with good intentions. You can make bad judgment. It was a bad judgment. And the way it can be fixed is not to come and argue with Sam Jackson whether you will give me $10,000 or not. So let's just not even go there. The way to fix this thing is to go back to the original deal and say to the Videnta people, you've had 11 years. You said Ebola that was 2014, that was 9 years ago. We want you to build infrastructure for the people of Birmingham. The guy that people calling me now. Okay, so we want you to build infrastructure for the people of Birmingham. Infrastructure for the people of Birmingham. We want you to build vocational technical education schools. So we give you a year. If you don't start building infrastructure, we're going to cancel the MDA. Then, what are the options the government has if it cancels the MDA? The government has assets worth $4 trillion. It can go to the international system and call in the largest companies in the world that came to bid before, put them in a room, and let's form a consortium. Capital Steel, Shogun, Sana Steel, Valley, all these BB companies, and say, let's form a consortium and let's invest into the Western cluster. And let's start operation and let's build a real economy in this, ancillary industries, and let's improve the lives of the people. Because one of these days, 50, 70 years from now, 100 years from now, when mining starts, it will end. You know the situation. You got bombing holes were left. Eugene, you grew up in that area. What was left when the concession left? Zero. Zero, right? So do you want again 50 years from now, 70 years from now again, just holes left in bombing B and NIOC? So you have to fix it. And trucking of iron ore is not to me, it's not an effective way of fixing it. Go back to the people of Burma, get their free, prior, and informed consent. And one of the things, the radical things you could do, you could just say to Predetta, we'll pay you for whatever monies you've invested within the thing, but the monies that you pay to El Anito, we're not going to pay to you. You can take us to court. But that would be too radical. It would be against the investment. You know, people will say Liberia is not a place to do business, but we need to go back with them. We need to demand that they build the infrastructure, that they put the schools in there. So let me ask you a question. If people in Bombay Hills get sick now, which hospital do they go to that the company has? Where do they go? Eugene Fangon, where do they go? Where are the schools that have been built for skills?
Ask the people who are asking you for the way forward, because we have.
No, I'm saying so the sort of thing is, some of my friends they're calling me, they're vexed for me. They probably won't talk to me. But I don't really care. I'm speaking for the people of Liberia. Somebody just call me a friend of mine. Just call me. They are angry. And you think I care about your anger? I'm talking about the people of Liberia. You think I care about your anger? Eh? Say that I 1 or 2 cents you don't give me, you don't give it to me again, you think I would die? Eh? Let's fix this thing for the people of Liberia. The day something happens on our road, where Ma Hawa is taking her 2 children to school and a truck overturns and kills them, we can case 23 election goodbye. I'm doing it for President Weah because I want him to win. I support his re-election. That's why I said in the beginning, let's take out the politics of who I support. My friend Samuel Tuer, who signed the deal, one of the best macro-fiscal people that ever came to this country in terms of finance minister, what this boy has done to the macro economy of this country, the macro-fiscal space, macroeconomic stability right now.
Mr. Jackson. No, before Mr. Jackson, don't do this.
You don't want me to praise the minute?
Mr. Jackson, not today. We got to go. Yeah, we're done with Samuel Tuer praises, man. We see where the country is right now. Let's move on. Let's talk about. We appreciate your time on the show.
Look, let me tell you something.
We have to hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute on the
Fagon.
Hold on 1 minute. We appreciate your time on the show, Mr. Jackson, but we cannot do this just in 2 hours. We got to come again and again and again to explain to the Liberian people the importance of Western cluster. Let me finish, Mr. Jackson.
Okay,
Mr. Jackson, I beg, please. Whether you come back or not, the bombing cluster story will not die. Whether through you or through another individual, we need to talk about this story over and over. I want us to shift gear now. We've been with you for 2 hours. Allow us to shift gear. We will have another conversation on Western Cluster. So please, allow us to do that, Mr. Samuel Jackson, while you stay in the studio. You came out swinging hard today. We've been running with this story. Folks know Fagon been traveling around United States, building the case for this story. The only son from bombing, he and Kev Hassan. I know I'm from Lexington, Sano Kante. That's okay. But I'm a Liberian, and I have right to speak on these issues. So I will say to you, Mr. Jackson, we're going to flip. We're going to move to another conversation. You can hang with us while we discuss other national issues.
I will hang with y'all.
Thank you very much. Fagon, I will give you the last one on this one because you are the only son from Bombi here right now.
Well, thank you very much. For me, when I speak with evidence. And everyone have condemned the deal. We now know so far that this was 2023 elections money and 2029 elections money. I can say that for a fact. And that brother Edwin Snow that sat on this place and boast of 2029 can kiss it goodbye. He can kiss 2029 goodbye. It's not going to happen for him. Not what I know from now in these United States, it's not going to happen for him. He should be thinking about what will happen for his political career next, because I don't think there will be a political career. I don't think so. Now, if you look at page 4 of 6, number 5, it clearly tells you, and that's the lie Snow ran with to the people of Bummy. Oh, you know, as far as we're concerned, the MDA expire after 6 months. A big lie. A big lie. If you read page 4 of 6, number 5, it tells you about the 6 months, and that after 6 months, they will resume the negotiations on the MDA. It never told you that the MDA will expire. Why was he lying? I don't understand how this guy can look at people and just lie in their face when you're looking at something in black and white. We proved that today in the country on OKFM. And Julius just agreed, he concurred. If you look at page 1 of 6 again, you will see they wanted to hide the fact that, oh, you know, the MDA thing, the MOU was only a piece of document that's not lying. To say, we'll do that, we'll do this. If you look at page 1 of 6, number 2, it tells you that this MDA that they're talking about have not been rectified. Now, Brother Kev came and said, who signed this MDA? The first MDA was signed by Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and it was on the basis of exploratory license, Kev. And it tells you in the MOU on number 2 that subsequent to this rectification, which is the first one, the second one was never rectified. And Ellen, who knew the people getting exploratory license, Joey, you even know the people, you know how the T-Star, you get them production lesson. Why the people who ate the money never get them production lesson? How much money you ate from them before you gave them production lesson? To go and take our iron ore. And today, because we raised the issue, you got the vessel Galini, Galini, holding the iron ore quickly to run now with it. If you call yourself men, and you call yourself men with balls, and I'm talking to you, Snow, and the rest of the other group, I dare you to let our ship stay until Sunday. If you call yourself men in the country. Why are you stealing the iron ore faster than anyone can imagine? Why are you using floaters now to take the ore from the Bowman Pier now to Galini? Because you want to run away with the first consignment to recover the money that you guys have gotten. True or false? Are we here to pay for money that we never use, or we never saw, or we don't know? Now you're fighting hard to get the vessel out of the port, and the vessel is on high waters right now, in Liberia's water, and you're using floater to take the iron ore? We are people of bombing. The document speaks for itself. And whenever I speak on this thing, our CEO, I gave you the page, I gave you the number. Okay, I gave you the page, I gave you the number. Kev said, oh, listen now. Okay, let me ask Kev this, and any other sedition. Why the people who signed this document, signed it April 12, 2021, why did they sign it on that day? Are they way back? Why did they say that all other agreements expire? Under the MOU, they're going back. Now who say that Ellie or that Jawia Tan? And in Jawia Tan, now who was the Minister of Finance? Dana Amara Kone, who signed this document? Dana Tue, Dana Musa Dean, Dana Gesla More, Dana Malwa Gray, who get all that kind of crazy document? Was it not our government? Is it not our government that have told us now that MOU can supersede MDA? Is it not our own government that told us that the MDA will never rectify? Who told us that the people bought 49%? And you get still to asking me as a friend and brother, but Eugene, what are the other 50%, 51? What am I supposed to say? Is that not your government? And you got Snow sitting on this platform telling us that 2023, he will campaign for George Weah as head of Georgia campaign team in 2029, the torch will be passed to him because they got almost $3 trillion worth in the ground in Bomi. A place that
Thank you,
both of them were
Fagon.
not born.
Fagon, thank you again.
They did
The
not
story
go to
is not
school there.
dying. We will be continuing with this story, folks. I want to say to you, this is about Western Cluster. This is about bombing, Cape Mount, and Bapadu. We want to say that we will be having more conversation on this story. Mr. Mohammed Khan reach out to me while on the show. He will be coming on as well because you make mention of his name, Mr.
Yeah, because,
Mr.
but
Jackson.
that's the guy.
He
That's
will.
the guy that brought in El Anito, the scrap
He
company.
told me. He
Yeah,
told me.
but let me just give you the story. Maybe he didn't. People need to know that when they got the $120 million, they didn't. They froze him out of the deal. The guy who brought him to Liberia, they froze him out of the deal. Yes. Okay. He had to take them to court.
So I will be. We will be bringing him on. We'll be bringing him on
to get $1 million.
Sometime this week. We'll be bringing him.
And then the broker a deal where they gave him $1 million. So
Thank you,
he
Mr.
did okay, but he should have gotten significantly more than that. Mohammed
Thank
Khan.
you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you.
Yeah.
He will be. I just spoke to him, Mohammed Khan. He's probably going to be joining us later this week, that we can talk more about Western Cluster. But guys, we got to go to other information stories that are coming up. One, can we brush up real quick about this? We cannot let this go. Nima Bowie, she's saying that VP should retire. The letter is out there. It's on her page. We are seeing the JMB tag team responding to her. So far, you said nobody will answer her. They are answering her. We see other folks from the Unity Party and
as
those
a
that
party
support,
or just individuals from the party.
and those that support the vice president responding. But don't give me this first. Go back, James. Let's read what Madame Bowie said. Let's read that, that which was shared on Facebook today. And let me ask the guys for their own 2 cents. I think we all read it today. In the interest of peace, development, and the future of Liberia, I would like to ask you all to kindly allow Uncle Joe Boakai to retire from politics and focus on his health. He deserved to spend his golden age, James. Put it up. Thank you. He deserved to spend his golden years interacting with grandkids, enjoying family time. I would also like to take this time to ask you all to recognize your partnership with other political parties and form a merger that will provide a viable political option for the Liberian people. The writing on the wall, my Uncle Joe is in no position to contest. Uncle Joe, please be well. I pray God's blessing upon you. Dear Unity Party, Liberia political future and interests lie and rest squarely in your hands. It is hard time we put egos aside and put Liberia and her interests first. Do the right thing. Folks, this one, I don't know how to say it. I want to discuss this quickly. We are getting respond to this. Let me go to Kev Hassan. Kev, it's all in our chat room. We've been going back and forth as to why and why now.
Why now from the statement from Nima Bowie?
Yeah, from the statement. Yeah. Why did she post such a statement?
Because I think some other big guns try to bring the discussion. I think it's time for Liberian people to discuss the hard issues surrounding what's going on with our former vice president. I think she needed to come in from her point to send a message because probably what she's saying and what she's hearing, I don't think she feel that he should be in the race. That's her opinion. That's what she wants to say. But I think it's time for Liberian people to come together and discuss the hard true, it might be inconvenient to some people, but I think as a statement, people need to come to talk about it. Come, let's discuss about it. But for me, I will always say this: I will continue to pray for his good health. I wish him well. He's you know a former vice president who want to run. That he's right to run. I think that decision will come from him and his family. But I always want to pray for him, to wish him a good health. But I think, CEO, it's time for us to have that tough discussion. We need to discuss about it.
You said we need. Let me go to Dr. Peabody. Kevin's saying that we need to discuss about whether the old man should run due to his health, and going back to Madam Bowie's letter. Come on, Dr. Peabody, where are we? Why are we even making? Why are these suggestions even coming up?
Firstly, again, my prayers and thoughts are with Vice President Walker and his family. But let me say that Vice President Barker knows within himself if he's strong or not. Can he contest the 2022 election? Is he physically fit to contest the election? As soon as the Vice President and his doctor, his family, can make that determination, you think he can run. But I go back to photos that have been displayed. I think the optics were bad. These photos should have not been put out there. The interview that was held, even the one with the Vice President leaving the hospital. There's nothing you have to prove to people. There's no doubt that photo looked the Vice President looked ill. I mean, no doubt. Those things shouldn't have been posted. But again, the Vice President, if he knows himself that he's strong enough and healthy in mind and body to lead this country, then it's left for him. But if he knows it's not, then it's about time that some decision be made with the family, the doctors, and the Vice President. Say, you know what? It just got into the point that it's not going to work. But I honestly condemn those photos that were posted. I don't think they should have done it. I don't think they should have proved anything to anybody. But the time will come. Actually, the time will come. If he can run, he cannot run. But I will make a decision on whether he should contest or not. I won't. But if you look to the photos that were posted, it speaks volume. I think the optics was wrong to post that. Thank you.
Let me ask you, Dr. Peabody, before I go to Minister Fagon and Mr. Jackson. Do you think it was right for Madam Bowie to express herself in such a way at this time, less than 10 months to go in the election?
Madam Bowie, I don't know, she probably would be related to the Vice President. I'll probably have a very good relationship with him. She knows him very well. I mean, because people don't just get up and call people uncle or, stuff like that. So they probably have a relationship. They're probably close. And I think she was speaking, Lima does not bear her words. You remember when she spoke to the Liberian Independence Day celebration, when she talked about right there in the president and the president we are. She talks about corruption. You see Lima Bowie one time challenged President Sirleaf after the one-day Nobel Peace Prize and said that the country was not moving the way that she expected President Sirleaf to lead. So she's a no-nonsense rumor. She said it as it is. So whether she was right or wrong, but I think she said it as it is. That she knows something. She saw those photos and stuff like that and made her judgment that she doesn't think the Vice President should run.
Honorable Fagon.
Yeah, the best thing you can do for me, if you want an honest answer from me, that video of Joe Barker in the chair is just less than 1 minute, probably 2 seconds. you can play it so we can discuss that photo.
Call the producer to play it, Fagon. Tell them to play it. We all panelists.
Producer, if you're in the studio.
Yeah, James,
remember
can you
the video
play
of
it?
Joe Barker sitting in the chair at the hospital talking about LOFA 2.0. You can just go straight from the center. I just want to show the Liberian people something. You see, those are us that are well-known propagandists. We're capable of reading through propaganda. And I'm not trying to back him because I know when me and people talk in the back. I know what I have said. In the photo, you will see the vice president walking to the car. He often sat on the right-hand side behind the passenger seat. Clearly, they took that photo while he was in action. And at the end of the day, they drew the circle around his left hand. When a person sits down and facing you, the man, the cameraman, his left hand is his left hand, his right hand is his right hand. So clearly, when they put a video up for the whole world to see. When the president spoke in that video, what hand did he lift up? If you are behind the president, the former vice president, you will know that your right hand will be your right hand, your left hand. He lifted his left hand, wiped his face, did everything strongly. But we have this idea. During the war, let me tell you what happened. And you know what? You know what? It's just to put you on propaganda. The old man sat in the helicopter in a gray trouser. What did we do? Seditionists, we put the old man picture of him sitting in the helicopter and pour water like Photoshop. And the Liberian people believe the old man pee on himself. Today I see propaganda too. And that's why I'm begging the producer, and I know they're not in studio.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President.
Good morning.
You look very well this morning.
I'm sure very well. I feel so.
Thank you. So we just want a few seconds with you. Lofa County is playing tomorrow in the finals of the county meet. Any word for your team?
Well, the first thing I can say is that success is sure. Nimba people are my people. They're very close, so be lenient with them and let 2 goals.
Okay, Mr. Vice President. So millions of Liberians are going to be watching this video. Is there any special word you have for them today?
Don't be surprised if I see me on the field. I know. I'm feeling very well. I'm very good.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for your time.
There you go. There you go. That's the left hand. That's the left hand. That is the left hand. So you see, what you saw today is propaganda. That's the left hand that went up. He wiped his face and everything. But nobody will lift that hand, wipe it for him. But I applaud the guys. And I'm not saying that the president, the former vice president, is in the best of health. Let me be honest with y'all. And that was my father. The argument will not even be having it yet. Because I was just telling him, Pape, this is what we need to do. And you need to play with my children, okay? They want, at your age now, and the people, okay? But let me just speak to the issue. So they take the old man left hand. He's going to a car. Of course, his hands is down. Perhaps he's still weak from the hospital. And they did a good job. They let the hand go down to his side and it snapped, pop. Then they draw a circle around it. It was based on that Lehman Bowie came up and wrote what she wrote. I'm confident. But again, like you asked the question about Lehman Bowie, like Peabody said, you hear her constantly refer to him as uncle. I don't think she meant it in a bad way, but she did not read through the propaganda lines. Should the old man continue? I can talk behind the scene. I can't talk here. But to come to the conclusion that, he needs to go on this. No. He makes that determination, not us. Because the age at which he's running for president, then we got to stop Joe Biden and the other people who older than him, who stay running, they said they will run again. But if we look at his health, we're not the best people to make that determination, Stanton. The medical practitioners should do it. But as far as the propaganda is concerned, that's why you need a political advisor or a propagandist who will be able to say facts versus fiction. The fiction is he suffered a stroke. On the left hand, here is the picture. Show the picture and show the video in real time, and case closed like it's closed now.
Thank you, Fagon. Sintumani George. There's a reason why I keeping Mr. Jackson for last on this. He know them. He followed this politics for over 50 some more years. He would make his assigned judgment. But Sintumani is out there. Madame Bowie wrote her letter expressing herself. We saw the tag team of JMB coming up responding. Other folks, they're attacking her right now.
The issue about the former vice president is very serious though, right? Because most of his supporters and Liberians, some of them are most people are looking at him as a formidable candidate in the race to unseat President Weah. So a lot of hopes, they have a lot of hopes in him, and with his health situation, health scare, people are very troubled. They are worried because people put their hopes in the former vice president, also his supporters and his partisans, and they believe that he was in their own understanding strongest candidate to confront President Weah. So his health scare have brought a situation where they are very worried about it, and they will give a spin, worried about this. Look, this is our hope. We thought we do. This is a guy who will feed our Weah, and we trust him. We want to see him go October. But then, with the health scare, that's why, as I said in previous weeks, I said the vice president, his choice for VP is very, very serious. It's very, very important because that's why everybody getting involved. You have the tag team, the party, his supporters, friends, everybody getting involved to see who will come up with the VP candidate, the choice for VP, because they see that person as the person. If anything should happen tomorrow, that person will be the person to see him if he's. So, Lima Bowie, she's a stakeholder. Nobody can take it for her. She's a national stakeholder. Her voice matters in the national discourse. You cannot take her away. She's respected in the international community too. But she took a gamble today to say, let me get them. They were happening. People are afraid. Some people, they don't want to talk. It's like they don't want to talk about the elephant in the room. Everybody's like playing this game because you want to get a backlash from people. So right now, the best president of VP Burger supporters want now to see him recovered fully, feed him back on his feet well, and getting ready to go on the campaign trail. They won't get anybody telling them say the VP will not make it. He will not recover, or he won't get on the trail. He won't be on the ballot. They want to hear that all. They don't want to hear. All they want to hear you say, we pray for the VP, we wish him well, and we see he will get back on the trail. So there are people too who support him. They were only gossip in the background. They won't say the facts. They will whisper. But look, I'll come from other. I'll come. I know I'll get it. I'll get the back. She came out and just spoke her mind today, wrote her mind, and she's seen a reaction. But yet and still, I'm sure she stand by her statement. Okay, and mind you, there are people within the VP orbit who want to say the same thing she's saying too, but they can't say it because they're afraid they'll get backlash. So right now, everybody is saying those who support the former vice president who want to be president, the order will tell you that we pray for his recovery, wish him the best of health. They want him to get well quickly. They want election to come tomorrow and get it over with. People gamble, but watch what will happen in the coming days and weeks. If they see that the former vice president is not yet fully recovered, it's taking a long time, people will start making statements. People will start coming up with statements. They'll be coming up. They want the reaction that they receive from Ms. Bowie said came up with today. People are now will watch our playbook. Okay, see, let's see how much people attack. But mind you, tomorrow should get support. Other people will start support, and once I get the support, it start building up. People will start coming up too. So right now, it's just like about the future of the race. People see the vice president as the biggest hope, or to rescue the country. So people are worried. So that's why you see people are not. They are not. They will just continue. Some people will spin. Some people will be truthful. Some people will be. Like you heard a guy in the Senate today, the chaplain. For me, I thought he was out of line. God will tell him such a thing. He said God told him a message that that somebody will not be president after 12 years. He made all kind of comment, but I thought he went too far
Is it
to
Joe
come
Block
to make
at
that.
me?
Yeah, but I think he went too far with that. But so you see, people are just testing the water, making these statements and stuff. So CEO, now we're just gonna watch what happens. It's a very sensitive issue. People don't want to speak mind easily. They're afraid. So the man boy has spoken, and let's see what happens in the coming hours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
Well, first of all,
Lima Bowie has spoken, Mr. Jackson.
yeah, okay. You know, I was sick for many years, and I recovered. So going to the hospital is not terminal. Everybody gets sick. So there's some blame to go around here. The first blame is that the politicians took over the man's going to the hospital, and they did something very bad. When you go to the hospital as a political person, the politicians should allow the family to make a statement that our father, our uncle checked into the hospital for some tests, and we believe that he will be out shortly. Had they done that on the Sunday when Joe Boyka was checking the ELWA, by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 4 or 5 days later, there would not have been all those mindless speculation about his health. So they made a big mistake. Okay. The second mistake that was made is when they apparently approached my government, some people from within the circle, and I know that for a fact. I know Kev said it, and y'all don't want to believe in, but I know they approached the government for some help, and the government said we will do it, but we have to make it public, and the negotiations didn't go far. Thank God the VP was able to walk out of the hospital. But here is what I think about Lima Bowie's statement. The last time I checked, Lima Bowie is a Nobel laureate. She's not a medical doctor. So she cannot make a determination on of the VP's health just by looking at pictures. Because if you saw me in 2018 and 2019, you would have asked Stryker to pick me up to take me to the grave, right? So I don't think it's any of her business. And if she's calling the VP uncle, my ex-wife is first cousin to Katuma, who is the VP's wife. If I want to say anything to the VP about his health, I have Jojo's number, I have Tamba's number, and I usually have the papi's number. If I say I'm his friend, I'm not going to go score political points because what Lima Bowie is doing, it is not in the interest of the vice president. It is in the interest of Lima Bowie, so they can say Lima Bowie is courageous. Lima Bowie is a political person, but that is wrong. It is wrong to put your mouth in somebody's health and also ask them to truncate their political ambition because of what you see on the internet, a picture. I mean, I wish the vice president well. I believe that Lima Bowie was way out of her league. She shouldn't have done it. But of course, Lima Bowie is not a politician. She's a neophyte. She's done extremely well in terms of advocacy and in terms of the women and the peace in the country. But in terms of actually trench warfare politics, she's a novice, and her statement demonstrates that she is a novice, and I think she should stay out of this. This is my belief.
Thank you very much. The family, not the family, the tag team, the Joe Barker tag team. You understand that Lima Bowie is also on that committee with some members of the tag team. Those people that surround themselves and supporting Joseph Yimam Barker. For me, thank God that JMB, he's out of the hospital. JMB out of the hospital, getting ready to travel to the United States to attend all these programs. I will respect the view. if JMB wake up one morning and say, I do not want to contest, it's up to JMB. I would speak to tens of thousands, millions of Liberians out there. Only JMB will make that determination as to I do not want to be part of this 2023 election. Folks are going to come up with their own suggestions, their concerns, their recommendation. But Liberians, you have to wait and see. Jose Yima Bwaka went home. He's home. He's chilling. He was today on this and friends came around. He was having a serious conversation. They were laughing. He ate well. He slept well. Information reaching us. He's in good spirit. As he get ready to leave the country, it is important. Only JMB should make that decision. No one closer to JMB. What his focus is right now is finding a good VP candidate to go into 2023 election and make the case. So that's what I'm going to leave it. Look up to JMB. Whether he want to run, whether he will step aside, it's up to JMB. The party remains strong. The Unity Party, they remain strong. They of good spirit, and they believe that JMB will see them up to 2029. They believe that with all their hearts. Again, I'm a nurse, but I would never, ever contribute my nursing experience, whether now or later, to tell you how I feel about the situation JMB is saying. The Liberian people will see, they will hear, and they will decide. This election got a lot of ups and downs, but folks who want to encourage you, listen to the old man, listen to him, see him as he is, believe in him if you want to, and the decision should come from JMB. Another developing story, Mr. Jackson, I'd like to start this with you. They are closing the consulate in Minnesota, Mr. Jackson. A lot of folks reaching out to me said they are closing it down. It was confirmed that the consulate is closing in Minnesota. The folks from Minnesota right now, as we speak, they are meeting right now. If you're around Minnesota area, you will not get your passport. You have to come to New York. You got to go to Washington, D.C. The government have made their decision. The gentleman in Minnesota, George, I think that's his full name, right? George, George. What's his full name?
Yeah, Jackson George.
Jackson George. Yes, Jackson George.
Jackson George.
Yeah, Jackson George. He just came back from Liberia, and the news is going up that they are closing. So, Mr. Jackson, what I mean, well, your own thoughts. You up and down traveling around the world.
Yeah, it on the surface it sounds very bad, but one has to, ask a lot of questions, like why are they closing it down? And on the surface, it seems very bad because Minnesota has probably the highest concentration of Liberians in the United States, close to 50,000. So I don't know what kind of circumstances or events led to that decision. But I really can't make a value statement or judgment, except that it's on the surface it will be bad for Liberian citizens in Minnesota. So I really don't know until I get more facts on why they're doing it. Maybe for economic reasons, financial reasons, I don't know. So I just think we just need to ask more questions. This is something that you journalists can try to investigate and find out why they are closing the embassy, the consulate down. I just don't know.
Yeah, we are reaching out to Jackson George. We hope to have him to explain more as to the reason why they are closing the consulate, whether it's financial issue, underperformance. They are having a meeting right now, Brooklyn Park. They are having a meeting, and we hope to have him or someone from there to speak to us. Dr. Peabody, they are closing the consulate down. It's confirmation. Those folks are meeting right now.
There could be one reason that it will close it down. Probably financial. It has to be financial reason that they will close it down. Maybe they are not. But thousands of Liberians, thousands that live in Minnesota.
This is the entire Midwest. It's not even only
Yeah,
Minnesota.
the
Yeah.
entire Midwest. So if you close down the consulate there, a lot of Liberians will struggle to even get the passport. Some other things that they need to do. You will not have a representation in that area. So every Liberian will have to either come to New York or DC. I think it's unfortunate. I think the government needs to do something. They need to find a means of maintaining that. But I mean, a lot of Liberians will be affected by that. I think it's unfortunate. I don't think they should be making that decision now. But I mean, I can tell you straight out, it could be based on financial reasons.
Kel Hassan is coming through the phone desk. They're going to close. I went there though. I visited the office, and it's a lot. It's a lot, but it is a decision by the government. What say you, Kev?
Well, I don't have any idea. I'm just hearing it for the first time on the show right now, so I don't have any idea. I cannot speak to that. I don't have no clue about what's going on in Minnesota. I just hear anything.
Thank you, Kev. Imagine Minnesota served the entire Midwest. So you get whether it's for natural reason, but a lot of Liberians will have to travel now to seek the passport and other issue relating to traveling back to Liberia or coming from Liberia. And an answer and a concern, Eugene, it is true because they are texting and they are going to shut down the entire Midwest through Minnesota.
For now, I would like to treat it as a rumor. Usually, when those things happen, the majority of the people that are texting you are the people that work at the consulate. Because a responsible government will make an announcement as a responsible government and probably give you a reason why. How can you have a government that is responsible and let you thrive on rumors from people that are texting you? If the government wants to close down a consulate, not just an ordinary consulate, but if I will say the biggest for North Dakota, South Dakota, Alaska, Minnesota, you name the whole 9 yards of the Midwest, like you say. And you know Minnesota, we call it the Liberian capital since after Staten Island, Rhode Island days. And you're going to literally tell those people that no more for you, you have to fly to go do what you want to do. And you think it's going to come true, rumors, Stanton? It's because we're in election year. To do that would be to undermine the administration. I think Maxwell Kimia, like Prince Johnson was saying the other night, has outlived his usefulness. When you are taking certain decisions, you take it based on what you know as a fact. You closing down Minnesota? I don't believe it. I want to see it as a rumor, but I know it's coming from you. There is some truth to it, but a responsible government will make an announcement. Not irresponsibly tell the people, a boss court can't be running. Even boss courts are intelligent. So I just want to think that if this decision is sanctioned by the president in an election year, he needs to think again. He needs to ask somebody in America, what are the most populated areas when it comes to Liberians? And let them name the areas to him. Let alone you and I live in the States and know that the Midwest and the entire South are the only access Liberian get. Then you say they should move from there to come where to DC or New York? DC and New York, which one is closer? I mean, New York at the consulate and Minnesota, which one is closer? You can leave from New York in 2 hours, 30 minutes. You'll be in DC. Can the same be said for the people on the other side? Come on. A responsible government would do the responsible thing. So I'll treat it as a rumor for now and hope it never becomes true.
Thank you. Sentiment and George, the former councilman, Brooklyn Park, Russell, they are in a meeting right now. They are discussing this. and it is true. They will be shutting down the consulate in Minnesota, and they are also saying apparently turning over services to the Ghanaian company to run, to a Ghanaian company. He's asking me to say this. Most recently, Jackson George was in Liberia. He was going through with the same discussion, and the Liberian government, through the foreign ministry, DMAX, they made the decision to shut down the consulate. Folks, we wanted to let you know it served Georgia, part of Pennsylvania, Iowa, Maryland, Wisconsin, Texas. Even folks love to go there because those guys they are very fast, they are efficient. The implication of the shutting it down, we will have some of those folks in studio with us tomorrow to discuss further. I seen Robina from Mata Louis Vincent, who live in Brooklyn Park. She's saying very true. They're in a meeting right now. She's saying it is true. So to you, Fagon, these guys are meeting. They are saying it's true. Now we're saying CEO is absolutely correct. Mike Hill.
So
Mike
if
Hill
that
is
is
saying.
true, then they're
So
proving that the government is irresponsible.
so hold on, Fagon. Let me just do this. It is important to say that people are now responding because we got most of our followers from the Midwest, and they are saying it's very true. Let me bring you in, Sintumani George. Talk to us.
Well, it's good that the General Jackson Carlton George, he just returned from Liberia, and I'm sure he will definitely love to come on the platform to talk to us. But what really concerned is that it's not like the government of Liberia into the consulate, they put in money like is the part of the budget. No, that consulate have been generating money for the Liberian government through passport and through processing of lesser passport, what you call,
Visas.
and visa and so forth. So the council have been instead generating funds for the government of Liberia, and besides that, the building that council is in, that is presently they've been used as an office, it was singularly done by the council general. So he took responsibility to renovate that place and pay the lease and everything to that council. So it's just I don't know making such a decision where it's coming from, but the Liberians in the Midwest and Minnesota should come out, should unite for common front, a common purpose, and respond to it, and directly write to the president and expressing their concern about the closure of the council. Then what I also heard today was they're going to subcontract it to a Ghanaian. I mean, that's something they were talking about. I don't understand. What is Kamiyan doing? What are he? May not be in a loop of what's all happening over there. And Kamiyan is advising the president. I think it was former ambassador Jeremiah Solonte. It was he who established that council. He saw the need to establish the council in the Midwest there, and he established it, and it was approved by the foreign minister at the time. So but then the council general got in Atlanta, Georgia, other places which are mostly foreigners that hold this position. They're going to down though. There's a situation where a Liberian person who is well known in the community, who have done a lot for the community, and Jackson George have been going above and beyond to keep the council running and so forth. You know, he been generating the money, the funds, and they are not vessel funding. No, I mean, I'm sorry, but to come and say they closing the council down is concerning, and I know Liberian will respond, will speak up, but such a decision, I don't care what tell me, is just
Let me
inappropriate, and it just
when you're saying to Ghanaian will be occupying the building, occupying Liberian passport process. That's what you mean, giving it to Ghanaian? That's what you're trying to say?
that information I'm getting. But we'll dig deeper, Kev, I should see all the facts.
You're saying
Let's set this thing up. Let's set it up. It is important. Kev, let me say something. It is important for us to understand that the building that where you have the consulate office, it's not owned by Liberia. Jackson George or leasing the building, he's renting or whatever the case may be, that where they are having folks coming and they service them. I went there. We were there. I sat in that building, a beautiful building. Folks appreciate the fact that those guys are very fast and everything. It's on record. So what is happening here is that, Kev, I don't know the involvement of Ghanaians, and that I will agree with you, because I'm kind of confused if you say they're shutting the consulate down, but then they're going to Ghanaians now to take over. To take over what?
What?
So I will come to you. Let me make my point clear, because when I know that they are shutting it down, Mr. Jackson, but Ghanaians coming now to take over what?
Exactly.
And I hope somebody can answer us, because this is Spoon. I do not want to misdirect the conversation. But if they are shutting the consulate down for whatsoever reason, we can argue that. But bringing in Ghanaians now to start doing our visa. So, Fagon, real quick, I want Mr. Jackson to comment, but you go first.
Okay. For me, I don't get these calls, but when I get one, it is an authoritative, absolute authoritative figure on the matter. Liberia does not have a consulate in Minnesota. Liberia has a consulate in New York, but Liberia has a consul general, an honorary consul in person of this George, who uses offices to get a lot of things done. The Maxwell Kimia has been trying to undermine him because the company Globalcom wants to come and set up everything there. So he, D. Maxwell Kimia, can be able to get his lay 1212. Now, that is
no.
argument.
We're going to hold you right there. We're going to hold you. Which company called Globalcom? Where are they from?
Now, the people that can do the passport, Ghana.
So that's where the Ghana coming in.
Yes. And ever since he's been trying to get this brother out, why not bring the people under the brother he's been helping for all these years? Why did y'all want to get him out of the picture?
So Fagon, you are talking too fast. Fagon, no, I will give you 100 minutes, but let me ask you this. Yes. I want you to slow down. We want to understand you. Let's go back to the story, because you get your information now from someone within the ministry. So let me ask you now. Let me ask you now. Let's go back to this whole thing. They are telling Jackson George to go.
Yeah.
But then this Globalcom, they're the one giving us our passport. They're making our passport for us.
Exactly.
They are Ghanaians company.
Yes.
So now they want to use them to do what?
Come and set up an actual consulate. Remember I told you that you have the consulate in New York. What Correct. You have in that area, Minnesota, with Jackson George, is an honorary consul. That's it, not a consulate. So now they want to set up and do the whole thing through the process, and Mr. Kimia is going to bring in his own man.
Wow.
That is the real story.
I will pause you that. If I go, one of you could explain that story, I fully come because
they are not.
Let me get it. Go ahead.
Process.
We are not hearing you, Kev. We are not hearing you.
You're not hearing me?
You good now? Talk to us.
So basically, they are not moving the passport process in Minnesota. It will be there. That's the guy will be changed. So basically, when I gone, so it will be upgraded, like what we have in New York, where the guy will be changed. So so Liberian will still have the passport.
No, Kev, let's get it straight. Let me understand your question. You asked what was your question? Be direct, because now
what we're getting for Fagon, he's saying that Kimia trying to bring his own guy. So meaning that Mr. George will not be there. So the process will still be there, but it will be a different guy. That's why I'm
if I get that question right.
So from Fagon, what Fagon's saying.
Fagon answer it.
What Fagon's saying. Fagon is saying that Kimia want to bring his own guy.
Let Fagon answer you.
Now, let me say this. two things wrong here. One is outsourcing. But hear me out. Let me answer. If you see Kev alluding, it means they put out call Kev and tell Kev the truth. The truth is, and you know me, I deal with the truth. The truth is, this guy is not a CD ship. So they're trying to kick him out. To do that, you would have to break in this time where y'all got to find a new office, set it up, go with the U.S. government, establish all this consul general, this consulate, bring in the new guy with his credentials. All that time, what the Liberian will be doing. If you want to upgrade, is he not a Liberian? But why do you want to outsource a job that a Liberian can do and is doing to a Ghanaian company and to bring in your own man? Normally, when they talk about consul generals, honorary consuls, and you know they are foreigners. But if you got a Liberian doing a job, why you want to give it to a Ghanaian? Why? It's not wrong, oh. Quote me here, it's not wrong. But if a Liberian can do the job, why you want to bring your Ghanaian friend?
Okay, so let me get to Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, couple of things happening here though. Even if you want to get rid of Jackson George, right? Why bring in Ghanaians?
That can happen in Ghana, it can happen to us.
Why bring in Ghanaians?
You see,
Mr. Jackson speak. Hold on one minute. Let Mr. Jackson speak. Let Mr. Jackson speak, Kev, please.
You know, I will backtrack. People texting, CDC, people angry. I'm going to say something to get vexed. Why do they have to politicize everything? Giving visas into a passport office, if you want to put a new company there, you can go and put a good company there, but you do it in a way that you manage the public information so that people don't speculate. So right now, people are speculating that because of political reason, now why they're moving Jackson over there. Maybe it's not, Kev. Maybe it's not. Maybe they're trying, like you said, to upgrade.
I'm not the one that's saying it. Don't call me. Don't call me.
No. Because no, you said they're trying to upgrade. No, I can't even. But let me finish now, Kev. And Kev, instead of being there and texting Kev information, why don't you do things in advance? Okay, because this poor young man, all he's doing every day is correcting your mistake every day. Now all he's doing every day correcting your mistake. Now all you're doing texting Kev. If y'all are gonna change
somebody texting me.
Yeah, the boy texting you, Kev. And the boy want to change the council. Let me finish. And I want to change the council.
Don't say that.
The first thing we said.
Actually, I don't have no clue.
Let me finish, Kev.
No, don't do that. Don't do that, Mr. Jackson.
Because Kev, let me tell you.
SPJ, take time. SPJ, take time. Relax, SPJ, relax.
Stanton said, listen to me. Stanton said that they were closing. That was information. And then somebody text Eugene. Then somebody text Kev. You know,
nobody texting me.
Don't say that. This is guerrilla warfare.
Hey, you just said somebody texting.
Let me finish. This is my view, Kev. This is my
view. I
didn't
tell you somebody text me. I spoke to somebody.
Somebody text you.
You said you spoke to somebody. Why is me?
Hold on. Why are you fighting me for? That's my opinion. That's a public forum. My opinion is when Stanton gave the information was shot. The consulate is closing. And people in the Midwest will not be able to get their passports. That was the initial information. All of a sudden now, Jackson George is being changed and they're upgrading it. That people are texting y'all. Why y'all can't admit the fact? We're all fighting for the same cause. But what you guys doing is making it very difficult for somebody like us who are intelligent to follow the process of information, control, and narrative. Okay? You can't do that. People are texting me.
Let me
finish. People are texting me. You think I listen to your text? I'm my own damn man. I can't come on Spoon TV and you texting me like I'm a robot, to go and conform to your view of what the facts are. I'm a stupid man. You think I ate my school fee? Huh? For you to be texting me, somebody texting me, say the CDC people say I'm confusing issues. The hell with them.
Well, let me
The
say
hell
this.
with y'all. All y'all who texting me, y'all gonna go to hell and leave me the hell alone.
Let me
That's
say
not
this.
you. I fought for this country. I went to jail for this country. Okay? And I got the credentials to produce for this country. When I have a view, I express that view. Nobody will go be texting me and trying to control my thought like I'm a.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Mr. Jackson.
I mean, you'll be texting me. Nobody will text me anymore when I come to the team. Yeah, come control me like a robot. Your damn ass.
And the person who spoke to me is not in this government.
No, Mr. Jackson. Let's watch the language now.
Mr. Jackson. I got carried away by this thing. When you texting me for to control my thought. Now,
Mr. Jackson, let me say this, Mr. Jackson. Let me say this. I think, let me give my point. I think it is rather unfortunate, especially when it comes to awarding contract. We overlook our own Liberians who can do the job. We got trained Liberians. That's why we see our airport business class is run by Ghanaian. Western cluster, Ghanaian. Now you're going to take the consulate and turn it over to a Ghanaian company to start. It's sad. Then you said that Liberia would not be stranger in their own country, but we've seen it right in the very. Those are things that Ghana would never do. Ghana will never do for Liberians. You got 20 Ghanaians working in Liberia, Western cluster. Can you try that in Accra or anywhere in Ghana? The citizen will march on you until everybody leaves that place. But we are awarding. You go to the Liberian airport right now at the business class. You eat Ghana jollof rice. You're not eating Liberian food. Even in our own country, our own airport, when we live, we can't even eat a Liberian meal that they cook on Sunday. You would eat the Ghana jollof rice with 2 pieces of a small little chicken thigh and stuff like that. Now, Western cluster. That job should have been for Ghana, for Liberian in Bonning. You take the job, you bring Ghanaian contractor, and you got Liberian who are capable of doing this thing. Look how much Mr. Josh putting in Minnesota. That dude worked his butts off to really help Liberian. Now you
own money.
You know, you don't like this man. You come in, you bring in your own people. Come here. You bring your own people in and trying to mess the whole thing up. It's very sad for our country. Very, very sad. And I think the president needs to open his eyes sometime to really see what is going on in that country. Okay? You can't leave that with them all the time. The president too needs to look at something and be very deductive and say, you know what? This is not going to happen. I will put my feet down on this. I'm not going to allow this. But allow them to just take decision that will even affect the Liberian. We still in this day and age where you can't even, Liberians can't even find
2023 that Ghanaian will vote.
That Ghanaian we're giving contract to and doing all of that. Well, you got capable Liberian. Only because you don't agree with your brother. You want to tell Liberians are not capable enough to do things in their own country for certain area. You don't have trained Liberians. That is very, very sad. And I don't think it should happen. And I call on the point in Minnesota to really engage this government. Call them and do something about it. But it's very, very sad. Very sad.
But if the Liberians
they said they haven't people try to get it. People try to get. But let me say this though. Let me say this though.
Come there and handle their passport, then they say you ready here. I trust the people in Minnesota. They will go to the consulate. They will not go to French.
So Fagon, this is what is coming up. The Liberian consulate is officially closed in Minnesota. You have 4 more days in 4 weeks to get a visa. A company in Roseville called VFS Global Heads by Mr. Frank Ilolo Kwame. Doug Berry will take charge of the passport biometrics. Going forward, you will have to go to Washington, D.C. or New York. This is what the Honorable Consul told us. We are having a community meeting tomorrow at OLM office, January 16, which is today at 5 p.m. They are at the meeting right now. Please spread the information to your various chat rooms. This is very important. Please attend. If you cannot come, please send a representative. But in any case, don't deprive your community or your organization. Now, I will go back to the first paragraph. As it says, urgent, the Liberian Consulate is officially closed in Minnesota. You have 4 more days in 4 weeks to get a visa. Now, this is important, Dr. Peabody. A company in Roseville called VFS, global head by Mr. Frank Ilolo Kwame Dogberry, will take charge of the passport biometrics. Kev Hassan, I want you to address what we just read, and folks in Minnesota are going for this meeting right now.
You say that who sent this? This official. This is official from the government. Is what we just read is official from the government or from
the council, the honorary council.
The council, the Jackson George, they called him for a meeting. Yeah.
Okay. He called him for meeting, so he's saying
group, the council, the Broken Park folks, Minnesota folks, they put this out in the chat room.
Yeah, they put it out. It's what they put it out. But let me ask you, Mr. George, is he a Liberian by a passport? Let me ask that question.
The question is irrelevant because we have dual citizenship, so it's irrelevant.
Is he a Liberian by a passport?
It doesn't matter. We have dual citizenship.
So what you mean? But it does matter, Eugene. Give the brother a chance. Let him rest with his question. Yeah, please. Yeah, but I think his question. What's your question, guy?
Is he like
what's your question? If you say Liberian by passport, what do you mean?
Is he carrying a U.S. passport? Because
you're asking whether he's carrying a U.S. passport.
Because of the position they gave him, can a Liberian have that position?
Okay, so that's the basic of your question. Whether he's Liberian or nationalized as an American, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't know. I never asked him such question, and I cannot answer you. Can anyone answer on the show?
Yes, I can answer.
Well,
yes, sir.
Mr. George, I come in now. Oh, okay. Mr. George, come on the program, then you answer that question. But I just want to say too.
No, but when
the Liberian in Atlanta, Georgia, she's not a Liberian though.
But hold on 1 minute. Let's get something straight. Fagon, you finish up. Somebody will come later. Fagon, go.
You don't have to be a Liberian citizen to be an honorary consul. You see how many foreign people we see in different countries?
But that's what we're saying. So don't twist it the other way. That's what we're saying.
But if you got a Liberian like Ben doing it, why don't keep him there? Why you want to remove him?
Kev, let me answer, please.
And you're not going to say whether he has been. There's nothing in allegation on him before to say whether he nothing has happened.
Dr. Peabody, St. George, let's give reason to have some clear answer here on Kev's question. Eugene, please go ahead.
You asked the question, is he carrying a Liberian passport? I say irrelevant. Because even if he's a foreigner, he can do the job. If he's a Liberian, it even make it better. So at the end of the day, who's better to serve Liberian people? A foreigner or the Liberian man himself? But let's look at the reality on everything. Why you want to move a Liberian that's working for his people and his country and put a foreigner there? Hey, man, Kev. What's that now?
You know what? Listen. You're supposed to be too smart to buy in that a Ghanaian will be a consulate. You're supposed to be too smart.
You saw the thing that people read Ghana. You read your own thing in your mind.
Really what? That's not from that's not from the government. You're supposed to be smart to believe that Ghanaian will not be a consulate.
I'm smart enough to know that Jackie.
So you should be that. Yeah, I think you should stop playing games with politics. You should stop it. The Ghanaian will not be a consulate. The Ghanaian will not be a consulate.
A Ghanaian will not be a consulate. You're supposed to be smart to know that. Don't do that. A Ghanaian will not be a consulate. What country you see this happen to be a consulate? Are you serious?
Let the brother speak, please.
A consul general. We got Indian people.
Let the brother speak. Kev, please. Kev, let the brother speak. Go ahead, Fagon.
Let's hear reaching to the point where someone now will do facts for suspension so that grandpa can learn something. Because if you don't know that a foreigner can be your consul general, then you need to call the person who texting you. A foreigner can be your consul general. You don't know that? You get all kind of numbskull there, talking all kind of crap. Man, that poor here, man. Hey, look, CEO. A foreigner can be your consul general if the government of the day so desire. Period to that. I don't want to hear no argument from any funny person. Because you know what? That is the standard. Whether Ghanaian, Filipino, it don't matter. They can be your consul general. If Kev wants to know that, oh, you're too smart to know Ghanaian, 36 Ghanaian in Bomier. The guy who get a job, they sent it to the airport, that Ghanaian. The one who took the PR job for the bicentennial, that Ghanaian. Don't maybe go into detail before I destroy your government. What's wrong with you? You tell me I'm too smart to know.
Honorable Fagon, we are not fighting each other. We are making the case. Fighting. You got to slow down. Slow down with your tone. But we're not going to attack. Yeah, we're not going to attack each other like that.
That somebody is at the airport. I'm smart to know that the girl took the money for the bicentennial. You know that Ghanaian girl. I'm smart to know 36 Ghanaians working up the mines. I'm smart to know all that.
So can somebody, before we leave, Mr. Jackson, before we leave tonight, can you please answer Kev's question if you want to help? We are not hearing you.
Yeah, Kev, would you repeat your question for me, because I had to go.
It's very important. Can you ask that question again? Because can you, Kev?
Mr. Jackson, according to his position and there, that position can be occupied by non-Liberian. And information that we understand that Mr. George is a U.S. citizen, but now they're upgrading it to a full consulate position, which will be given to Liberian. So I'm asking you, the question I asked first, that in that position that he's taking, can a Liberian take that position? Because that position, non-Liberian can take that position. Now it's been upgraded. Folks saying on this network that the consulate will be a Ghanaian.
Okay.
You buy that?
So Kev, the Liberian government is a government. They can take any decision. They can put somebody from Mars there. The thing is, the public information that accompanies this stuff. What you just saw is I think some kind of text or something from people from the Liberian community saying that they're having a meeting. This is not an official communication from the Liberian government, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, telling Liberians in Minnesota.
I know you eat on the show, my brother.
Huh?
The what?
You eat on the show, my man. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
No, I'm saying so Kev. I understand that. I understand everything you're saying, and you're 100% correct. But once again, one of the issues that that our government continues to have is the management of information. This kind of thing, Jackson George being replaced, and why you put out there, Stanton, was not an official communication of the government, right? It was from the citizens in Minnesota there. We're having a meeting tomorrow, right? So now, so Kev, hold on a second now. So what's the official communication from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs right? Somebody official saying to Liberians, there's this 50,000 people in Minnesota sending hundreds of millions of dollars to Liberia every year. These are people that are supporting your economy. These are people that are coming as Decemberists to the thing and increasing aggregate demand and doing a lot of good things for your country. So if you're going to take away what they're doing, so why don't you have a public information campaign from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to tell the people what you're doing so there can be no mindless speculation, so they can make it personalize it like Jackson George because he's this or that. That is the problem, Kev. So where is the official pronouncement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs telling us about this change? That's what the problem is.
So let me wrap this thing up. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. But Kev, to your question, information again coming to us, folks that diplomats out there are saying a foreigner can serve as honorable consul general, but a Liberian should be the ambassador. You cannot say a foreigner is my ambassador in this country, but you can say a Ghanaian, you can tap that Ghanaian to be your honorable consul general. So what is happening in Minnesota, if they are upgrading now the office, they can put a Ghanaian there because it's not an embassy. In Washington, D.C., the ambassador will always be a Liberian.
Yeah, but Stanton, that thing they didn't say the man will be honorary consul. They're just saying that the guy will be taking over the visa service.
I'm answering Kev's question.
Okay.
But
what happened? But can I finish that?
I'm talking about the upgraded one. That's
why. Can I finish that?
I'm not talking about consul general. I'm talking about the
upgraded to what?
To full consulates.
But Kev,
that's why I'm asking you.
Kev, yes, you can have a foreigner there. Once it's not an embassy, like
that's
Washington,
why I'm asking.
Yeah, so I think we answered that. Once it's not an embassy like Washington, D.C., you can have a Nigerian. But let me fit in that, Kev. What else, man?
Let me say this.
So I shouldn't finish.
No, what I'm saying is that
I shouldn't finish talking.
We should not have a discussion based on people who feeling bad their position is threatened and send a press release, whatever. That we should be now. If for me, I think we should treat this first and get the government response, and then we put this side by side.
You the government will get a response through you tomorrow. So let's just move on. We have Jackson George. We're making contact to bring Jackson George on. I hope we can have him and some folks from Minnesota on the show tomorrow to discuss this. Guys, we got to move on. Somebody, you'll be the last now.
Okay, let me get on this quick. Okay, just really quick. I just managed to talk to the press officer at the embassy in Washington. He said that they are trying to make it to a folk so that but it's a reform of Kenya. So, but the reform they're trying to do make it a folk to provide more services to the people in the Midwest and so forth. But
they are trying to make
that's the plan. For full consulate.
Yeah, the full consulate.
Yes,
that's exactly what I said.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, so even if they make it to a full consulate, if they make it to a full consulate, you can still have a foreigner serving in that position. Once it is not an embassy.
Yeah, what position? When an ambassador cannot be
a
foreigner. So.
Exactly. Mr. Jackson,
anyway,
we want to say thank you. We're here for them tomorrow. Mr. Jackson, we want to say thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry, we couldn't get to the Prince Johnson clip. Again, we'll be talking about Prince Johnson clip. Fagon, you're really hungry. You continue to eat.
I'm not hungry.
It is illegal to eat on the Spoon Talk show.
Can I get my close?
Chairman Byron, come back. We cannot even eat peanuts. The only thing we can do on the show to drink water.
Peanuts.
Stanton, can I get my closing, please?
Yes. Yes,
Can I get
Mr.
my closing,
Jackson.
please? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Jackson.
Eugene Fangon.
Mr. Jackson. Before you close, what do you call the deceivers? The deceivers. The deceivers.
The deceivers?
The deceivers that are in the Global Witness report. The deceivers.
Oh, and I'm talking about the Sable mining case. And our Global Witness wrote that.
Was it cluster also part of it too, right?
No, the thing is like but you see, the thing that pissed me off, somebody texting you with half-ass information. You know? Yes.
We out of time. It's after 7. We shouldn't do this. Mr. Jackson. Tumale, let's go on. It's after, guys, stop. It's after 7. It's after
Nobody
7.
can trap me. Nobody can trap me. I've been in the game for 48 years. I don't do stupid things to honor my integrity. Okay? I'm not part of the corruption in this country. I'm not part of the decadence in this country. Okay? Nobody will be texting you and say the deceiver. The deceiver is about silver money. Silver money and Global Witness wrote a report about the doings of silver money in Liberia. So the person is half intelligent. Maybe an IQ of 67. Okay? Texting you and giving you information, and then you want to come and ask me questions. You can't do that question. I'm a London School of Economics graduate. Okay, I didn't go to one of the online schools in the States there and bring a fake degree to Liberia. Okay, so when you want to talk to me like a cousin. Who somebody tell you what is the deceivers? Like what? Let me tell you something today, people. My CDC people are not happy with me today, but you care. I'm doing it for Liberia. I'm doing it for President Weah.
That closing, Mr. Jassy. That closing.
Yeah, my closing. Yeah. And let me tell you something. The Western cluster could be an area that produces great prosperity for the people in the Northwest. Bapalu, Cape Man, Bomi. Bomi has the highest incidence of food security in this country. Bomi holds. If you want to fix that thing, you need to get a real world-class operator to build infrastructure, to do sustainable development, create income, create ancillary services in that area there. Okay? And there is hardly anything in the Northwest besides B Mountain exploiting the people that were the goal. Okay? They're not building infrastructure in there, hospitals, clinics, schools, technical vocational. They're taking hundreds of millions of dollars of gold every year. And they're paying very little in royalty. Western cluster, they're trucking the ore. What benefits are you going to get with people trucking ore? When they're living in containers. They're not building hospitals. They're not building clinics. When I high school there in Bomi, okay? They're not upgraded to a real STEM education for the people of Bomi. 25, 30, 40 years from now, you will have Bomi holes because you only got about 400 to 500 metric tons of ore left in Bomi. That's it. The rest of the ore is in B Mountain. Okay, that's where the mother lode is about 3 billion tons. So what will happen in Bomi? So when people are talking, you get vexed, you think this is against the president? I support the president. And I will always support the president because I don't support remnants of the oligarch or the neocons to come to power through commies and borders. But this particular issue here, Stanton, I stand with the people of Bomi. I stand with the people of Bapalu, and I stand with the people of Cape Man. And I'm leaving this alone today. Today, the political parties won't take this up. The student unions of the universities, students of Cape Man, Bapalu, and Bomi won't take this up. Everybody will be afraid, or they will be bribed. I bet you, Stanton, 3 to 6 months from now, this issue will be dead. Because the sons and daughters of Bomi, Cape Man, and Bapalu, they are a bunch of cowards. I've been fighting for you since
Objection.
2008.
Objection overruled.
No objection. Your senators connive with Elenito and brought you what you have today. Yup, these are people that represent you, represent your interest. This is a representative democracy. These people emanate from you. They come from you. And what they're doing, they're disappointing future generations for peanuts. And when I come and talk about it, you think you're gonna get angry with me? Or you would take a benefit from me, like you're able to finance my lifestyle. Why can't you take from me that you give me that is so big that I'm not telling the Liberian people that this is a bad deal? This is a bad deal. Thank you very much. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Good to have you.
Samuel, Western God Jackson.
All like you're Let's come to the
Thanks a lot.
Oh, y'all not call a man name, but a P in a man. Y'all pronounce the P now. Y'all pronounce the P in the man name now.
Bigger.
No way. Polypheus.
Maximus Jackson. Come on, Polypheus Jackson.
Polypheus.
Maybe I related the president to
Mr. Jackson, we said thank you very much. You know, as always, your comment will talk, and we love having you whenever you're available.
Always,
thank you.
always.
Thank you for appearing on this phone talk, and have a good evening, sir. Yeah.
I'm getting hungry a little bit too.
I know. I got some Chick-fil-A that I got.
But you tell me, listen to that man who left her to go eat.
Yeah, man.
Almost 5-10 minutes he ate good and came out on the show. And he said, "Oh, 3 hours." People say
I ate off camera. But you was eating on camera. Let's wrap it to
spoon talk.
Chairman Byron. As always, you know, good having you. Talk to folks. We're wrapping up. What's your take tonight, Chairman Byron?
Well, I followed the conversation and the firebrand Sam Johnson. You know, he was at his best, and this is good for our democracy. And we'll always be here to, you know, defend the people of this country and to protect the country. And I pray that we'll do everything possible in the interest of this nation as patriots. And I will be here hopefully tomorrow. Not tomorrow, I'm told by Wednesday, by God's grace, you know, to be beyond this identical microphone to country.
All by yourself?
Not all by myself.
You have somebody today. Yeah, Aaron teaching you today.
Yeah, Aaron is also he's guiding me, but I must admit that and although Eugene Fagon, he was at his best as well. You know, I like him. Very controversial.
Don't be afraid. Eugene will not touch you. Not because of what he said you want to praise him.
The man about to you know, don't put Chiche Pule here. Jack got a best friend on our side. Yeah, best friend I follow and he said everything lost when tell no friend. Go away.
So CEO will be here tomorrow.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you very much. Guys, let's wrap this thing up. For my closing, I want to be grateful to God. I have a couple of birthdays coming up this month. My wife, it's the 24th. It's so hard to plan something. I hope I can reach out to you guys and you can give me direction. And the female out there listening to me, please help me. This one is big. I got to make it better. Okay, we pay for way for my MASH program coming up. So again, yeah, man, yeah. Please, those that have ears, please, yeah. We got to make this other birthday a wonderful, wonderful birthday. So I need some advice. My wife's birthday will be on the 24th of this month. I get my high-headed son, James Gooday's birthday coming up as well. That's an easy one. I have my brother's birthday will be the 29th. And today, you guys know, tomorrow is Madame Jewel's birthday. She set aside a celebration going on right now. We wish the VP well. And all of you guys that celebrating birthday January, we want to say to you, happy birthday, or happy pre-birthday, or happy belated birthday. Again, whenever I'm in January, Timothy, I'm confused, I'm disturbed. I want to do my best. I want to outshine her, because you know what she got me for my birthday, right? I don't know if I can outshine that, but I would try to get her one of the best gifts, small but better, for the birthday. That's my closing. I wish JMB well. He's home. I understand he's coming to the United States the next few days. We wish for the safe arrival again. Election is the election. We're moving. This is why we all settle for till October 10th. We will be here. To all the management and staff or members of Spoon Network, Spoon Talk, our blessing to Dr. Richardson, who have left Liberia. We want to say God bless us. And also Benjamin Sevi, who arrived in the country yesterday. We pray for safety as he returned in the next few days or so. We want to say to every one of you, we love you, but God love you the best. Thank you for joining Spoon every evening. Let's make this that wish we all desire. Dr. Peabody, Honorable Kev Atme Hassan, Chief St. and George, and Eugene Nangbe, take us home, bro.
Yeah, I got to hurry up.
Who Nangbe?
Eugene Fagon. So, all right. I'm gonna let you at home get that cool down. You soon eat.
And that's why I let him call you Eugene Nangbe, eating the lobster.
It was a great show here tonight. We just hope that some closure will come to that Western cluster deal. And in that closure, the people will benefit from that deal. The people of Mummy will benefit. I think they are the one that really need to benefit from that deal, not individuals. So we hope that some closure will come, some opportunity will come for the citizens of Mummy. Again, let me join with the CEO, Presley, in wishing your wife a pre-birthday soon. Wish her all the best. And also, I'd like to wish the Vice President of Liberia, Madam Jewel Howatilla, happy birthday. And our own man, Chairman Benjamin Semi, was one of the moderators today at the sitting meeting they had with the Vice President of Nigeria and the First Lady representing Spoon. Wish you guys all the best, Chairman Semi, and to everybody with a great show. Looking forward. Pray for the Vice President. Pray for a speedy recovery. Pray for safe travel, and I hope you be strong and healthy in mind and body. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kafiko. Kev?
Yeah. Today is Martin Luther King birthday, and I want to say, salute Mr. King for fighting freedom for Black people in this country that made some of us to walk on the streets of this country free. I think politics in Liberia, the way we practice politics, the freedom we do have. There's a noise coming in. The freedom we do have in Liberia and preaching politics is a good thing. I think everybody should have that freedom. But the freedom should not be used in order to score political points or to kind of like twist the head of the people. And when you do that, you go to sleep. It's between you and your God. I believe that while some people, would think happen, they know how to steer things. And one of my worry is to use other people to mouth to chew the pepper. I think some people will say, you know what? I remember back then when Costa was in Liberia, his show, when people want to say stuff against the government, they run there. Hey, Costa, this, he fire. And I'm worried that people try to want to use that. So I think sometime getting the other side of situation like the last discussion in of Minnesota, I think they're gonna come on the show tomorrow. I think we will do our best to get the side of the government and see what they're saying on that issue. But I think people love to use the freedom that we do have in Liberia to their own benefit. And my thing to the Liberian people, there's a saying say, not everyone that say Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of God. Or sometimes they have a saying that say a lot of people are wolf in sheep clothing. Not everybody that preach they say the people, they are for the people. People need to understand that not everyone will come to you and yell at people. The issue of the Western cluster deal, I will not sit here and say it's the best deal, but I will also say we should fix it. We should fix it and let the people benefit than to say go. Another deal come again, they'll say go. Another deal go. We're not in the best shape in Liberia to get a perfect deal. We should know that. But again, let me leave some for tomorrow. I think the Liberian people should open their eyes, their ears. This is election time. A lot of people angry because maybe they'll say, Stanton, you used to give me water. Now you give me water. I want your station to be closed because you give me water. We will get all those people will come. They'll be angry because of what they feel, what happened to their personal life. I think Liberian people, we should look at and listen to people who don't have anything to gain. Anything. We should look at somebody, that person who will not beg the government for a dime. That person who don't beg the government. That person who say, you know what, I will put. That person who will rather give than to receive. Let's listen. If that person wrong, the person wrong, we will argue. But the dangerous person you should listen to, that people who expect the government to give them position, give them something because they don't have it, they come around and say, I will be an opposition to you. I will fight you until you give me something. I want somebody who will say, I would take a man and bring him, take him from the bottomless pit and bring him up. Let me see. Then you fight. When you fighting, I will know. But if you don't have that record and you're always looking for somebody to give you, I'm sorry, wrong person. Thank you.
Thank you, Kev. Thanks a lot. Fago, you want to go, please?
Well, as I said, thank you. It was a wonderful show. As I sat here, what I heard was, you hungry. And how people can pronounce sometimes good. So they don't say glass bottle. What I heard is that you hungry, they get you grab bottle to eat, then you stay, you won't be complaining. I heard that. Look at SKD, the counter me just finished. Who printed a ticket? Where was it printed? How many of you here know? It was printed here in the US. Ask the Deputy Minister, Madam Forbes, she'll tell you. After all those games at the SKD Stadium, Jam-packed to capacity. They were even stopping people from going on the stadium. The people who used to clean the stadium at night have slept there 3 days waiting for their money. And they gave them 1,000 LD, which is like $6.50 or a little. And say, oh, finance will pay you, finance will pay you. Now finance collect the money to the stadium. The money came in your hand handed to pay the cash or worker. If you look on my post, you will see I say, Mr. President, tell Zoga to pay the people. I take God to beg you. He's not the one that running. But I didn't hear any sound again. The people are there. They're still waiting for their money. And they gave them 1,000 LD for all the day's work. Cleaning the stadium, wiping down the chairs. And now, this is what they get. We come forward on this great day of Martin Luther King. He said, and I quote, "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." I sat here today and listened. I was told to be smart. But I look around, I know who runs the airport there. Ghanaians. The gold mines, I challenge the government. If I don't give you video evidence tomorrow, our gold in the country has been looted by Ghanaians. Our forest has been pillaged by Ghanaians. They are in the majority for giving us deforestation. I challenge my government. For gold and illicit mining, I challenge my government to say Ghanaians are not in control. For the bicentennial, I challenge my government, lest I call the woman name. Should we talk about Madame Lisk? Who don't know Madame Lisk? How dare anybody? That our county have more Ghanaians now that have not built a single house. They are in the communities, but they have jobs. And the people who have built houses and are paying taxes and their minerals are being robbed do not have jobs. Oh yes, we will remember the silence of our friends. But the seditions that come after me, and I want you to know the CEO, they should remember me from 2017. I am not dead. I am the same old Eugene L. Fangon. Inasmuch as I tied the political cartel and proved beyond all reasonable doubt that made over 200,000 to 300,000 people gravitate towards the CDC. I have made men like Prince Johnson recognize the Southeastern Company. All other politicians have recognized the Southeastern Company. The entire government and all its real functionaries are run by Southeasterners. But to take Bomi, Cape Mount, and Bapolu, to pillage and bust and brag of it, is the last provocation that will be met. And I want President Weah to know your silence on this robbery from your friend. Don't be surprised at our reaction. I know people say, oh, he's not in the government. He's begging for a job. Take our iron ore. Galini is taking our iron ore while you watch. Take it. But this election, you will see Eugene Fangon behind these very cameras. And he will be heard throughout the length and breadth of that country. If you steal our iron ore, get ready for us. The political cartel was small. The Southeastern Company will be brought to light. And all of its activities will be exposed to the people. It's a complete challenge not a threat. We know the price of iron ore. How many Liberians did the company hire? 0. They hire people indirectly. So what's the economic benefit? You are telling us you will face our road, but you stay riding on it. No school, no hospital, no nothing. They owe us, you waive them against Article 34. You will address the nation next week. We are here. We're not going. We are on this platform. Even if we don't stay, they will invite us because of our output. This government is playing with fire. I will say it 3 times as president. We are know me from 2017. This government is playing with fire. If the people take our iron ore from that port, without us going to the table to renegotiate and revert to the MDA, President Weah would have opened a front line that he don't have soldiers for. Because it will not be Kef Hassan on the front. We will not even see him because of the political weaponry and the mastery with which we will come. We will not see him. He will be immediate on that front line. We will take it to the government, and I respectfully submit.
Come on in, Josh.
A great Liberian medical administrator said today, he said the only power of free from illness is the person that have not been examined by a physician medical practitioner. So don't question anyone. And I agree with that person. So on that note, I begin to say we wish the former vice president his speedy recovery. And we also urge people not to play politics with his health and should always see the greater good of the country and the greater good of the vice president. And we pray the family could take a more executive role and in control of the VP and ensure that they are the ones who making the decisions and so forth coming out of the VP's cycle. The war is watching, and so it's important that the family take control and be more assertive when we're talking about the former vice president. Well, election season, so things are happening. We're watching carefully. Also, issue about the Western cluster is not going to go away. People will talk about it still. We're issued about the gun that was found that came in the country. We'll still talk about the gun issue. People are asking. Hopefully, you can the police force. The police is one of the top guys tomorrow. Hope I will get some information and send it to the CEO so we can share it tomorrow about the gun issue. And an issue about the consulate in Minnesota, it should not be about politics. If you make it a full consulate, if you're making it a full consulate, it better you make it a full consulate instead of a point of a consul general before you come to that point. But shouldn't about it. So we look forward to the Liberian meetings in Minnesota today, and hopefully have the Consul General, President Jackson George, on our show. We're also making efforts to reach out to Lima Bowie. Hopefully, we'll talk to her after the show and maybe invite her to come and clarify her comments. And also today, Liberty and the bargaining court. We know that the Supreme Court will be hearing for tomorrow. But one, I'm that one of the parties agreed that if anything come out tomorrow from the Supreme Court from the rate of Seto Ferrari, they're going to accept it and just it'll be done with it. They're not going to push it and follow. So we're looking forward to that case tomorrow at the Supreme Court. I also want to wish Madam Vice President tomorrow her 60th birthday. Wish her happy birthday. And my own sister Lawo with us home. Happy birthday. We look forward to celebrating that day. And also next week, Monday, the president will be delivering either his final State of the Union of the Union, or the next 6 years wins the election, have another 6 more to do. But tomorrow will be next Monday will be his final State of the Union to the Liberian people on this term. So we'll listen to him carefully next week and monitor his State of the Union, because it's election year and he will be putting his accomplishments and his vision for the next 9 months for the future. So we'll be monitoring his State of the Union message next week very carefully. So all that said, we just want to say thank you again for this program, and we continue to know that election is this year. We should not take it for a joke. We are still monitoring the vice presidents for Cummings, for Timon Gronglo, for Joseph Boyka. These are key picks we're looking at. We're key news we want to hear soon, and we want to see who will be. So never tell. Everyone that could be president or be very mindful and scrutinize everyone that's coming to the forefront. So with that said, continue to do what we need to do and look forward to a healthy election next time. We pray for transparency and fairness. CEO, back to you.
Thank you. And that's all, folks.
Let me just wish
we good.
Let me go.
We are all good. We gotta go. Guys, hold on.
I wish one happy birthday, just one. One of our fans, Randall Thomas. Happy birthday, Randall. God bless you. That's it. I'm done. You know I don't talk long.
Somebody talk to your neighbor people now. They won.
That. Yeah, congratulations, Nima Kante, on a well-deserved victory. I watched the goal.
The problem is that we're just not hearing anything you're saying. Every day we say this every day over and over. We're not hearing you at all. You see, when we are quiet, we just want you to finish for all to come back on because we really don't understand what you're saying.
Your phone is breaking up.
I hope you can go and listen to the clip and see how terrible your internet. The people in radio can't hear you if we don't hear you, Georgie.
I know what doing that.
Change the metro.
It's just on high speed. Where do you know what happening?
Get Verizon.
You know who should call? Man. So.
No, I'm not even going to take. You know who should call to come face your internet? Call Moneyball, Money Kishan. He worked with Comcast. He will face your internet.
They'll leave that to you.
Call him a face. No, he did mine. He's a good technician. I'm promoting my brother by CEO,
can I come in?
No, before you come in, I want to say a happy birthday to Monique Shen West. You know, you guys, that's your friend, but you forgot to send her the birthday greetings.
Yeah, today Malachi, birthday Malachi.
So let me say now, because I'm your friend, you got to celebrate the man West. We want to say a happy birthday to the man West. I'm doing it just because of his wife, not because of him. Because she's a friend. I always meet her at the YY, and we always laugh. So we send her a special happy birthday greetings. You know, we pray that God can give her all the patience. Because dealing with money ball that wahala. So this birthday, we pray for more patience in her life. You want to say something that to Peabody?
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Malachi. I wish you all God's blessing.
If you all know Moneyball, send a happy birthday greeting to his wife, Malachi. She's a wonderful person, a wonderful woman, and we wish her well. Okay? Guys, thank you very much. Well, Chairman, you want to say something before we leave?
I just wanted to correct Tommy Lee George, what he said. The president will actually address the nation on the 30th of this month. Because
not the 23rd.
Okay. Not the 23rd, because the Constitution says the full working Monday.
Yeah, the full working Monday.
Yeah, so it is the 30th. So
I just need Chairman. Welcome on Byron.
So I saw the list from the legislature. Why they only put one spoon person in there? Who will be holding the camera? Who will be holding why they only put one person in there? Y'all explain that one to me.
I think Aaron wants to. Okay, he said no.
You're forgot to explain to him. Think like business what he can talk to you. Better leave this.
You forgot what I was gonna do.
Let me go back from day one.
Because George, there's all the poor
good night, guys. Put it down.
Chairman Brian and all the kind of poor. They just put one person in there. Why they take his spoon to be?
No, that one person, leave him, man. Let's go back. Leave the people. Not everything you're speaking about.
Juma Jala said he got one food for you.
Yeah, please send phone to Tuman Enjoy using better PCS.
Man, don't phone problem, man.
Juma Jala, you still mad with me? You still my man, Juma Jala. Don't get fed with me.
All right,
Yeah, have a good night. Fagon, thank you. Thank you. So, good day. Byron, where's Aaron Kuban?
The both of them there.
Aaron is here.
You know, we want to say thank you very much, Chairman Byron. You're always welcome. And I know we'll make a good team. Good, I know you're tired. I can announce that Good say he's coming to Liberia pretty soon. Good when? Let's announce it now.
No announcement yet. No.
You see, Byron happy to hear you. You'll be waiting for you. Yeah. So that's how it is. But we want to say thanks, folks. It was a good show. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay. Good night.
So Byron, you can go ahead and climax.
Well, I want to say a very big thank you to the Spoon FM family. This is how I love to bring to the end of this edition of the Spoon Talk. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow by the grace of God, when the entire team will be here. Have a good night.
All right. Come on.
Thank you.
Have a good night, Chief.
Good night.
Tell you what is happening in Liberia.